Stage. Boom. Share screen. Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys let me know if you hear me? Testing. Hi, Jackson. Hi, Leslie. How are you guys all? How are you guys today? I think I'm just gonna wait a little bit just to let some people come in, so we can just talk for a little bit. What's up, Zenith? Thank you for being here. Hi, hey, Coffee Girl. Casey, what's up, Casey? Good to talk to you again. I'll close my window real quick. So yeah, hopefully everybody's doing well. Hopefully if you guys have not checked out Cody's video from yesterday, his past two videos from the 18th and the 19th, I think you really got to go do that. It's really crazy what's going on with, or what happened with the Iran president helicopter crash. And yeah, I mean, you got to just go see it. But on the 18th, something really stuck out to Cody when he heard, during the NBA highlights, like the announcers were talking about the Hoover Dam randomly, and Cody's been talking about like the Hoover Dam, or Herbert Hoover, his connection with like Kamala, like for over a year, and he was like, just look out for the 19th. He's like, I'm not saying anything's gonna happen, but just look out for the 19th. And then the Iranian president, he was in a helicopter crash leaving a dam inauguration, not DAMN, not a dam inauguration, but the inauguration of a dam. And his name equals Kamala Harris in like 3 out of 4 ciphers. And it's like, yeah, I feel like these synchronicities are, I said it during when the Corona earthquake happened on 5/1. So I guess just disclaimer, I'm gonna be talking about that again, kind of, but yeah, I feel like that was like just like a huge, I guess, sign that these things were gonna be picking up more and more, these synchronicities with us, and I truly believe that, and I think like this was another one of those. So I guess just for everybody, for all you guys, I would just start to like I bet there's gonna be things like with you guys too. So I would just recommend, like, I don't know, writing down notes or just keeping track of things just in case, because I think like since we have these like recorded things, I think that's important because then we can share that with people, and yeah, hopefully like these kind of experiences can help wake people up. So this was another thing that I guess I could get into it. This was after, I forgot what live stream it was. Friday. I think Cody did a live stream on Friday, or did I do a live stream? Oh, it was after me and AJ. It was the last book read that we did about the clay of the earth. Clay Thompson, his well, I guess just to remind you guys, my friend AJ, Ball Don't Lie, we've been doing these book reviews, and the third one that we did, that's when the Corona earthquake happened. That was the video is called Fool's Gold. And so the fourth one we did, that was like a few days ago, Friday. and I had to leave to go pick up my friend from the airport. Oh, hi, Kathy. Let me get some coffee. Okay, so I went to pick up my friend from the airport right after the live stream, and then I noticed this. Um, that was pretty interesting because I took this picture, and this that's my birthday. My birthday is October 7, 91, 10/7/91, and yeah, I thought it was pretty cool, but um I just decided to see if there's anything interesting about that. If I could find anything interesting with like the names of the streets, Hawthorne and Artesia. So I guess we can start. Yeah. Um. So wait. Okay. So I put Hawthorne and Artesia after my full name. So my name is Sean Ricardo Desaad. If you don't already know, that's Ricardo's my middle name. It's also my dad's name, or his first name. So my full name is kind of like a combination of his name and my name. It's like if you know what I mean. So yeah, Sean Ricardo Desaad, and then I put Hawthorne and Artesia after Hawthorne Artesia, and it equals 1477, and that stood out to me a lot because I always knew that the day that Kobe died, I was exactly 1477 weeks. So I was like, what the heck? Like, that's insane. Hi, Betty. Yeah, I was like, what in the world? Let me check my audio real quick. Okay, looks like we're good. So that was also really interesting. It's always been really interesting because I knew that um 1477 is 811 plus 666. Um, so that means um well, the 811, okay, so just to review for you guys, like the 811, that was really like what um I guess that was like the beginning of my like journey towards this line of work. I I was initially really inspired by the channel 7711, who um his work is all, or for the most part, like the center of it is about Revelation 811, which is the about the falling wormwood star. Let me just look it up just so you guys know what I'm talking about. It's right here, Revelation 8:11. And the name of the star is called Wormwood, and the third part of the waters became wormwood, and many men died of the waters because they were made bitter. So yeah, I learned this from 7711, and that was like how I he was the first channel that like got me to know about all the other channels like Casey Jones, Zenith of the Alpha, Lambda, and like all these, all the great channels that I just I really my work is really inspired by. So I was on I used to do way more, like my stuff was way more focused just on 811. So I had found out that um eight I checked 811 weeks after my birth, and I was like, I wonder what the time span is from that to Kobe's death, and it happened to be 666 weeks. And I was like, whoa, like that's when everything was my eyes just really opened up, you know. So again, just to go back, Hawthorne, Artesia, this is my birthday, October 7, 91. So when you put Hawthorne and Artesia after my full name, Sean Ricardo Desadi equals 1477. And again, from my birth to Kobe's death is exactly 1,477 weeks. And I also learned this from Seven. I learned that this verse right here, Revelation 10:1, the ordinal value of this verse is 1477. And I saw another mighty angel come down from heaven, clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was upon his head, and his face was as it were the sun, and his feet as pillars of fire. So this equals 1477, and this verse is 24 verses after Revelation 8:11. So just another very interesting um synchronicity. I don't know. Just interesting how that lines up. And this verse, it also equals the same verse. This is that verse. So in reverse reduction, it equals 746. I'll show you why that's interesting. So it's gonna have to do with the Golden Gate Bridge. I mean, I forgot to include it, but yeah, so Kobe's like okay, so what I found back in like March, I found out that from the start of construction of the Golden Gate Bridge to the April 8th, 2024 total solar eclipse, the really highly anticipated one that happened last month, Kobe was born at the exact halfway point of the um the start of construction of the Golden Gate Bridge and that eclipse. And hey Joseph, what's up? And okay, I'll just show you guys real quick. Yeah, let me just show you. Voltage modulator. So again, the start of construction is January 5th, 1933, and then Kobe's birth, it's 16,666 days. And then if you go from his birth to the eclipse, span of 16,666 days. So he was basically born at that midway point. So I another thing, like he's a number that me and Cody have like really been looking into is the 135, because Kobe Bean Bryant equals 135 in ordinal, and Golden Gate Bridge equals 135 in ordinal. So I found it really interesting that from my birth. Oh, okay, let's look at this real quick. So, and I got this image from I think his name's Flowey, Flauxy. It's like but it's a blog. It's out there, and he has some crazy information. A lot of it having to do with the Golden Gate and other things too, you know. But this is something that I got from his blog, and he was talking about the dimensions of the Golden Gate Bridge. So from the very top to the or from the water to the very top of the Golden Gate Bridge is 746 feet. And Phoenix rises equals 746. So I found it very interesting that from my birth to the day that Kobe, his 666th career game where he scored his highest career 81 points in one game. I was exactly 746 weeks on that day. And again, Revelation 10:1, it equals 147, 1477 in ordinal, but it also equals 746 in reverse reduction. So, and if you're just coming in, just to remind you guys, like, this is relevant because of this, because of this. My birthday is October 7th, 1991, 10/7/91. I saw this on the way to LAX. When you put Hawthorne and Artesia next to my full name, it equals 1477. And Kobe was exactly 1,470, or I was 1,477 weeks the day that Kobe died. So just um and I guess, oh man, I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone who's in here knows about the, like, why I'm talking about this. Um like with the how it pertains to the Corona California earthquake synchronicity I had. And I wanted to recap that before I started, but just I'm pretty sure you guys know about it, but just to elaborate on it again, on on May 1st, there was I felt an earthquake during my live stream at exactly 1 hour 54 into the stream. Thanks to Zenith for pointing that out. And it hit near Corona, California. That's what all of the articles say. It was a 4.1. And Corona, California equals 154, like how it was at 1 hour 54 minutes into the stream. And like I said, it was a 4.1. The Corona stuck out to me because Kobe Bryant was buried in Corona Del Mar, and he died at age 41. He left the court um, for the last time with 4.1 seconds left in the game, or yeah, left in the game. And his last shot was over number 41 of the Utah Jazz. And I have a playlist. This is like the fifth part. So um, hopefully you guys can go watch the other parts if you haven't. But um, there's just like so many things. Yeah, I still have a lot to share about this like synchronicity with like there's like background connections with me and Kobe that make that synchronicity that happened on 5/1 just even crazier. It would have been crazy just if it would have been crazy if it was like just that, if it was just about the 1 hour and 54 and the Corona California equaling 154. That was crazy enough, and I could have just. But when I realized how that another important detail about that earthquake was that it was the 248th anniversary of the Illuminati. And 248 is that's all about Kobe because he wore numbers 24 and 8. There's so many things. And yeah, and like Zenith just mentioned, the 201, the number 201 is 154th composite. And right, I forgot to say, like, I can't, there's so many things, and like it's I totally forgot like one of the most important parts about that synchronicity. So right at that 1 hour 54 minute, my guest, my friend, my um very close friend AJ, um he was in the middle of talking about coronavirus, and he said the word corona right when the earthquake hit. He said the word corona right at that minute mark, right when the earthquake hit. And he was and that's how the 201 comes in, how that ties into that, because event 201, which was the pandemic exercise, pandemic, sorry, the pandemic simulation, um well, specifically, sorry, specifically the exact sentence that he was talking about when the earthquake hit was about Clade X, and Clade X was another pandemic exercise that was conducted 666 days before C. Rona was declared a pandemic. And Event 201 is another was another pandemic exercise. So he was both of those. That's what makes that 154 even crazier, because like Zenith just mentioned, that 201 is a 154th composite number, and I'm gonna get more into that later too. It's gonna be pretty wild. But Joseph is also saying that when Kobe scored on this day, yeah, so it was this day. So when Kobe scored 60, the rest of the team scored 41, which ties back into his age, the 4.1 earthquake. Um, so that's just insane. And then Kobe Bryant equals 41. Yeah. Um, 41 days after the Pope's birthday. I forgot that. Darius Morris was the number 41 pick, and he died at age 33. That was like, I think that was 3 days after this earthquake. Darius Morris, he played with Kobe. He was number 40, pick number 41, draft pick, right? And dead at 33. Kobe equals 33. The Antichrist equals 154. And yeah, so we talked about the Clade X. Disease X. That's another one. So preparing for Disease X, that was this year. That was held 200 weeks after C. Rona was declared a pandemic. So that was another. I should check. I should look at that date more. But so yeah, just to go over this one more time, then we'll move on. So sorry that kind of Golden Gate Bridge. It's from the water to the top, 746 feet. Phoenix rises equals 746, and I was exactly 746 weeks on the day that Kobe had his 666 career game, his highest scoring game, where he scored 81 points. And now looking at, now looking at the 500, because just from the bridge or the road to the top is 500 feet. And yeah, so the lifespan of a Phoenix, just, you can look it up, like, so if you look up like the lifespan of a Phoenix, like the ancient mythology is 500 years. Guess I'll just look it up real quick. Lifespan of a Phoenix, 500 years. Yeah, so according to legend, each Phoenix lived for 500 years. Okay, so that's that. And from the road to the top of the bridge, 500 feet. So this is the day that I was 500 weeks old, on May 6th, 2001. And this is going to have to do with the Phoenix stuff, because of this movie, X-Men Dark Phoenix. This movie came out on June 7th, 2019. So that happened to release 6,606 days after the day I turned 500 weeks. So, Zenith, for real? Oh my God. I did not know that, man. We really got to get this composite number, like, generate. Like, I'm so excited to learn more about composite numbers. But Zenith, he just mentioned that 500 is a 404th composite number. And the 404 is huge because that is the total amount of verses in Revelation, 404. So that's huge. So again, yeah. This movie, Dark Phoenix, it released 6,606 days after the day I turned 500 weeks. Golden Gate Bridge, 500 feet from the road to the top of the bridge. And the lifespan of a Phoenix is 500 years. So another thing, I shared this in Cody's stream. few weeks ago, but I kind of or actually I shared it after it was after Zenith had informed me about the 154 connection. Um, and then Cody he um offered his channel to be a platform for me to share my story because it was, he has such a great following, and I think everyone who's in here follows Cody. So but yeah, I do have a very I'm still coming up, I guess. So he gave me the opportunity to share my story on his channel, and I mentioned this. So just to break this down, Revelation 6:12, about the great earthquake. This is one of the it talks about the great earthquake a few times in Revelation, but I think this is like the 6:12 is, one of the biggest ones. Another thing I learned from 7711, the 612th prime number is 4513. And when you convert that into this date, 4513, but of the year 1813, I'm going to explain why that is even more significant. So from 4513 to Kobe's death, it's exactly in weeks my birthday, October 7, 91. My birth date, like actual the date I was born, October 7, 91. And again, 10/7/91, the freeways that I saw on my way to LAX. So yeah, I mean that's just, I don't even know what to say about that. You know, 4/5/13 to Kobe's death is my birthday in weeks exactly. And the reason why this is so significant, even more in terms of the 612, is because this is when um this was during the War of 1812. So let's look at that. So the War of 1812, and yeah, so that was taking place that year, 1813. That was during the War of 1812. And 1812 connects to 612 because oops. When you look at the time of 6:12 p.m., 6:12 p.m. is 18 hours and 12 minutes into the day. So this 4513 was taking place during the War of 1812. And again, 6:12 p.m. is 18 hours, 12 minutes into the day. So I think this is a very significant 4513. And again, 4513 is a 612 prime number. Revelation 6:12, great earthquake. Where are we at right now? Casey Jones says that Dark Phoenix equals 567 in Latin. That is crazy. 567, big Golden Gate number. Yeah, I gotta look more into that. But yeah, San Jacinto Monument is 567 feet tall. And yeah, we'll yeah, Casey, we gotta definitely talk about that more because I know the San Jacinto Monument is like huge, in terms of like serious. But 567, I can show something about that with Revelation 8:11. Because if you see, okay, Revelation 8:11, right? And then so Revelation 8:11 also equals 567 in reduction on top of all the other things that make 567 significant. You see that? So that is very interesting that dark phoenix equals 567 in Latin. Let's check that out. Yep. Wow. Wild. Okay. When you just type Hawthorne Artesia just together, it equals Great Earthquake 247. And that's interesting because 2:47 p.m. is 887 minutes into the day, and that connects to the corona earthquake synchronicity because, like I said, it happened at 1 hour 54 minutes into the stream exactly. And the 154th prime number is 887. So that was, again, 887 minutes into the day is 2:47 p.m. Hawthorne Artesia equals 247, and Great Earthquake equals 247. And Revelation 10:1, just in case anyone is just coming in, Revelation 10:1. This is the 30,863rd verse of the whole Bible. And when you convert that into this date here, 3/8/63, you get March 8/63 going forward. That happens to be exactly 467 months after that eclipse, this really significant eclipse that happened last month. Exactly 467 months. And I'm going to, because I talked about the 467 in my last video. Let me review that real quick. And give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay, so we're reviewing the 467. What am I doing? So again, just going over this real quick, and then we'll review the 467. Revelation 10:1 is the 30,863rd verse of the whole Bible. And from the eclipse with the corona, 2/3/8/63 is 467 months. So the 467, where am I at? Actually, let's look at the most straightforward part. So this is Corona, California, where the earthquake was near. All the art, you can see all the articles. And the 91 freeway, you can see it's kind of small. Can I zoom? Yeah. So 91 freeway that passes through Corona, California. So not Corona del Mar, because remember Kobe was buried in Corona Del Mar, but Corona, California is pretty close. And this is where the earthquake actually was, near Corona, California. And the 91st prime is 467. So that's one thing. Oops. So, okay, I'll try to get through this pretty quick. This is a review. So again, I shared this in my last video, my last two videos actually. But so Corona and Lime. Okay, so Zenith he gave me the revelation about this on Cinco de Mayo with Corona beer, and then Uncanny Deduction. He found that Sean and Lime, they match in like 20 ciphers. So he actually made Uncanny Deduction. He made the connection with the Corona and the Lime, like how you always get a Lime with the Corona, and they actually do go hand in hand. So Corona and Lime equals 403 in standard. The 403rd prime is 2767. And when you go from 2767, so when you convert that into this date, 2767, but of the year 1767, because Kobe was the 1767th prime amount of days when he died. So exactly, he was 1767 prime amount of days when he died. So that's 15,131. So from 2767 to my birth is 224 years, 243 days. Corona equals 224. January 26, 2020 equals 224. Gianna and Kobe were numbers 2 and 24. Their memorial was on 2/24, the 55th day of the year, and earthquake equals 55. And the 243, Kobe Bean Bryant equals 243. 4:03 a.m. is 243 minutes into the day. And when you add 224 plus 243, it equals 467. And from the memorial on 2/24 to the Corona, California earthquake is 4 years and 67 days. So now, going back to this. So now from the eclipse, the total solar eclipse that completed the X over the United States with the path of the 2017 eclipse, 2/3/8/63, Revelation 10:1 being the 30,863rd verse of the Bible, is exactly 467 months. Is there a calculator where you can see what minute of the day each minute is? Is there a calculator? Hold on, let me answer the phone real quick. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. Hello, this is Sean. Hello? Yeah, yeah, this is Sean. I'm doing good. And I'm really sorry. Would it be possible to get to call you back a little bit later? Could you could you call a little bit later in the afternoon, maybe around like what 2 p.m.? Are you free around 2 p.m.? Okay. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry about that. Okay, so um okay, so Revelation 10:1, the 30,863rd verse of the whole Bible, and the eclipse to 3/8/63 is exactly 467 months. So moving on. Um, this was like the first video I shared when after Zenith told me about the 154, all that stuff. And so I put proof of God. Like I still believe this is proof of God. You know, like if you if you go back and you watch from like the first part, um, it's just I don't know how else I could possibly um understand this situation other than that is proof of God. But yeah, so I proof of God. I didn't know until like recently after because Zenith made a video about this event that happened and and then I found out that proof of God equals 467 and it also equals 51 in keypad and the earthquake happened on 5/1 so that was pretty interesting but yeah I just thought the proof of God part with being 467 that was just I did not know and I know I'm just to somebody who might um just be a little bit um I don't know. I mean, there's just those like Mason hunters who are trying who they their main goal is to find all the controlled oppositions and stuff. And I know I'm giving them more than enough reasons to think that I I could be and I'm just sharing this stuff because I'm hoping that people will take my word for it that I did not know. I did not plan this. And um there's yeah, I don't know, I just feel like I'm I feel like I'm being like controlled, but not like God is controlling like what I what I write and what I do, what I say, and it's I feel like this is one of those examples because I did not know. I did not know that proof of God equaled 467 and all those 467 connections, you know, especially with the freeway, the 91 freeway going through Corona, California, and the 91st prime is 467. So from okay, so going from 30863 because again, Revelation 10:1 is the 30,863rd verse of the Bible. To my birth is 1,543 months exactly. That is the 243rd prime. And again, Kobe Bean Bryant equals 243. And 243 minutes into the day is 4:03 a.m. And Corona and Lime equals 4:03. And Sean and Lime matching like 20 ciphers. Yeah. Where are we at right now? Everyone doing okay? I know I'm just throwing a bunch of numbers at you guys. So how's everyone so far? Casey does it seriously? Oh my god. I did not. Venus has a rotational period of 243 days. Oh my god. Like, and all the connections with Kobe and Venus. And I'm a Libra, and Libra is ruled by Venus. And the earthquake happened during Taurus season. Taurus is ruled by Venus. So just moving on. Yeah, so I showed you guys this already, just to look at it again. Corona, California, where the earthquake happened. The freeway, 91 freeway goes through Corona, and the 91st prime is 467. And proof of God equals 467. This part is wild. So the 467th prime number is 3319. And when you convert that into this date, 3319, to Kobe's death is 329 days. and the the prime factorization of 329 is 7 times 47. And I talked about the 747 last video too, but 7:47 a.m. is 467 minutes into the day. So so Kobe's death is so tied to that 467. Like, look at this. From the 467th prime, 3319, converting that into this date, 3319, to Kobe's death is 329 days. The prime factorization of 329 is 7 times 47, and 7:47 a.m. is the 467th minute of the day. So that's like a circular riddle right there. That's crazy. And then I think I forgot to add something, but because 3 and 3 and 19, those are all prime numbers. So 3 times 19, that's a prime factorization of 171. I do know some stuff about 171, but we'll have to talk about it another time. Which actually has to do with LeBron James's when he became the leading NBA scorer on February 7th, 2023. I got something to share about that too, guys. Trust. But it has to do with all this. It does. So maybe next video, we'll see. I don't know. And get this. So same span that we just looked at. Well, with the end date, it's 47 weeks, but that equates to 46 weeks and 7 days. Like, it's basically the same thing. 46 weeks plus 7 days. 467. So it's double coded. Like, just that would have been like, or is crazy. But the same span. So from the 467th prime, converting that into this date to Kobe's death is 46 weeks and 7 days. Like, I don't even, that just makes my head hurt, thinking about how crazy that is. And this is something that I found recently because, Cody, he's like, he's one of my closest friends, and he's the person like I've been collaborating with like so much, and he's helped my channel grow and everything. Um, and he was really the one who really got me my, who got me my start here on YouTube, really, even though I did have my channel before, but he was just giving me a voice and an opportunity to come on his channel and talk. So, I mean, yeah, besides that, when you put our handles together, our YouTube handles, that equals 467 in reverse. So, like, what are the odds that would all line up? Like, me and him, we were already collaborating, and we were already getting pretty close before this earthquake even happened. And then, the whole time, both of our YouTube names equaled 467, and then all this stuff lined up on May 1st with the 467. And I don't know if he's here. Or actually, I already shared this with him. So I shared this with him before, so it's not like anything he doesn't know. But, and hopefully he might, well, I invited him to come on after this. I'm almost done, by the way. This is, yeah, I'm almost done. So after, I can just open it up, and I think Casey might come on. We're just gonna freestyle it like usual. Just talk about whatever. But this is gonna segue into a crazy synchronicity again with me and him. Okay, after this, sorry. I should have put this before that. Anyways, somebody brought to my attention in my comments with when I was bringing up the 747 in my last video. the Boeing 747. And so when it was first rolled out of Everett plant on 9/30/68, September 30th, 1968. So I'm going to go from that date to the day before the Corona earthquake. And that's significant because I posted on my Instagram story on 4:30 about me and AJ going live the next day. And I had planned it for 11:30 a.m. And actually, let me review it. So let me just show this and then I'll review. So from the first rollout of the Boeing 747 to the day before the Corona earthquake is 20,301 days, and that is the 201st triangular number. And again, the earthquake happened at 1 hour 54 exactly into the stream, and the 154th composite number is 201. And event 201, coronavirus, all that. So the 201st triangular number amount of days from Boeing 747 to the day before the earthquake. And now let me review where would it be? Sorry, 1 second. Thank you guys for being so patient with me. I know that just so many numbers. And it was probably hurts your brain. I get it. Yeah, sorry. Give me 2 seconds to pull it up. All right, got it. So on April 30th, the day before the earthquake, that was actually 747 weeks exactly after January 5th, 2010, 1510, and the 1510 prime is 12,641. And that connects to Kobe because Kobe died on 1/26 at age 41. So that's this prime 1510, and from 1510 to the day that I shared this on my Instagram story as a promotion for the stream, that was going to be the next day. That was going to be when the Corona earthquake happened. It was exactly 747 weeks. And again, 7:47 a.m. is 4:67 minutes into the day. And when I wrote this, I had initially planned it for 11:30 a.m. my time, and Kobe Bryant equals 11:30, and 11:30 a.m. is the 690th minute of the day, and Kobe Bryant also equals 690. Again, another thing I did not know. And then when you copy paste this whole phrase, it equals 824. So again, just all God, not me. Had no idea. Even if I tried, I couldn't even put this together. Even if I tried, I would not be able to do it. So that's why the 4:30 is so significant. Wait, where's my? Here. So again, from Boeing 747 rollout 9/30 1968 to that same day that we just looked at. So Cody, it is 20,301 days, and that is the 201st triangular number. And the live stream was at 1 hour, or the earthquake happened at 1 hour 54 exactly into the stream. And it sounded like a broken record. I'm sorry, but the 154th composite number is 201. And AJ was talking about the pandemic exercise right when the earthquake happened, and hopefully you guys can see how just this is all God. Like it is crazy, but it's there's no, I don't know, man. I just, now that Cody's here, so Cody, now we're gonna segue into, he came at the perfect time because now we're gonna segue back into how decoding with Cody and my his YouTube name and my YouTube name equal 467, and now we're gonna get into this synchronicity. Oh, do you want me to break that down, Cody, or you like, was it the 231 that caught your attention? Because I know the 231 we did look at 231, but I could just break it down one more time. So, all right. So Cody, so we equal 467, and the 467th minute of the day is the 467th minute of the day is 7:47 a.m. So that's why I was looking at the Boeing 747. Someone brought it to my attention in my comments. So this was from last week, or not last week, but, and then from the first rollout of Boeing 747 to the day before the earthquake is, yeah, 20,301 days, the 201st triangular number. So that's that. And all right, so now getting into this synchronicity that me and Cody had. And I even shared this shortly after this all happened, but I didn't think much of it because I was like, I put it in my video, but I was just like, oh, this was just an interesting synchronicity that happened, and I just wanted to share it just because this was even before the eclipse. So this was he had a live stream about Revelation 6:12 about the great earthquake, and he brought me on at the end of it, and the date was on March 13th, 2024, and that happened to be exactly 2,377 weeks after Kobe's birth. And Revelation 6:12, it equals 2377 in reverse with the phrase Revelation 6:12 in front. So I remember when I saw that, I was just like, whoa, like, what are the odds of that, you know? Because this was about this stream was about Revelation 6:12, great earthquake. And that was this much time after Kobe's birth. And like I noticed that, and I was like, again, I think the next day I shared it in my video, and I was like, I just want to share that with you guys. You know, I just thought it was pretty interesting, and had no idea that this crazy thing was gonna happen like a month later, or over a month later, on, yeah, like a month and a half later. So this is gonna have to do with the conversation that we were having the day of the earthquake, like after me and AJ we did the live stream, and this was before Zenith even told me about the 154 connection, because he told me that on Cinco de Mayo 5/5, 4 days after this. So I doxed his name just because I don't know if you like want me to. I mean, I crossed his name out because I didn't want to dox you, Cody. I didn't know if it mattered, but he this was in our Discord, and he said, back when I was originally looking into Bray Wyatt and his door symbolism, or I think maybe there's a comment before that, but basically he's talking about this door symbolism with Bray Wyatt. Bray Wyatt died on Kobe Bryant Day, and on 8/24, and so he mentioned that Bray Wyatt in the WWE He's a wrestler or was. And he was always like coming out of like a door. He had like all this door symbolism. This is what Cody was telling me. And Bray Wyatt equals 135. Kobe Bean Bryant equals 135. So then right after that, so he says this literally right after I was writing to you about the open door, I went to watch Jurassic's newest video, and this comment happened to be the first comment that he saw. And I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was the first one that was at the top. So this person, Cody, if you want to like maybe describe what Jurassic's video was about. I didn't even see. I don't think I watched the video, but anyways, this is what matters. The comment, and this person said, "Hey, I live 50 minutes from New Madrid, Missouri. In I don't know how to say that. It's not Tecumseh that made a prophecy. It was his brother who ended up calling the Shawnee prophet. Um, I can't pronounce all these words, but he makes a loud noise. Who, as an adult, changed his name to Tenskatawa, open door, and we all know the Bible and the open door. So he saw this right after he he gave me this, or he wrote this to me. So he wrote this. We were talking about Kobe, talking about Bray Wyatt, and then he saw that. So he says, literally right after I was writing to you about the open door, I went to watch Jurassic's video and I saw this comment. And then you can even see him, he was like commenting there. And then he mentions this. He says, this Indian is a Sean E, as in you, like Sean. So you see here, she says, calling the Shawnee prophet. And he says Sean E with 5 EE, like because the E is the fifth letter. So he said Sean E with Sean with 55. And that stuck out to me because of earthquake equals 55. And that was right after this was right after the earthquake that happened. And what's so funny is that when that earthquake happened on that day, May 1st, I don't even think we were even talking about the earthquake because it was so insignificant. It seemed so insignificant at the time. Even in the video, you can see I just like look. I'm like, oh, there's an earthquake, and we just like keep talking. So then, we like when we were having this conversation, it had nothing to do with the earthquake that happened earlier that day. So earthquake equals 55, and then I was thinking about Super Bowl 55. I was like, I wonder like what my age was on the day of Super Bowl 55. So from my birth to Super Bowl 55, I was exactly 352 months, and the 352nd prime is 2377. And if you remember, when we did this Revelation 612 Great Earthquake stream or on his channel, that happened to be 2,377 weeks exactly after Kobe Bryant's birth. We had no idea. We had no idea. And Revelation 6:12 equals 2377, the whole verse. And I beheld when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake. The sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood. So, yeah, I mean, so again, Sean Sean with 5. And I think around this time we were talking about the significance of just the number 5 because he's been really looking into the pentagrammaton, and that was when he did the roses stream with the Rosicrucians and all that. Or maybe it was before. No, this was before. I think he did the roses video the next day actually. But yeah, I mean, we were just talking about the number 5, and then earthquake equals 55. Sean E 5, and on Super Bowl 55, I was 352 months. Exactly. 352nd prime is 2377. So I was just like, and this is the end right here, this next part. So that same span, get this, the same span, or this is what the end date is 1531 weeks exactly. And this is the 242nd prime number. And that is important because 2:42 p.m. is 14 hours and 42 minutes into the day. But why is that important? Because Revelation 9:11 is the 154th verse of Revelation, and the ordinal value of Revelation 9:11 is 1442. So, like, this was the same span, and this was crazy enough, just you know, that was that many months on the day of Super Bowl 55, earthquake equals 55, 352nd prime is 2377, Revelation 6:12. Oops, where's it? Revelation 6:12 equals 2377. But the same span with the extra date is 1531 weeks, the 242nd prime, 2:42 p.m. is 14 hours 42 minutes into the day. Revelation 9:11 equals 1442 whole verse, and that is the 154th verse of Revelation. And the earthquake, I pointed it out at exactly 1 hour and 54 minutes exactly into my live stream. And Corona, California equals 154. And the earthquake hit near Corona, California. That's what all articles say. So this is my last slide. Let me review from the top one time. Not too slow, but somewhat just in case people came in a little late. And then I'm gonna open it up, and then we can just freestyle, and then just talk about fun stuff because I know the stuff is not that fun. It's not. But yeah, we're just gonna talk about more fun stuff. So stick around for that. I'll be done with this in like a few minutes. So I started with this. On Friday, I went to pick up my friend from LAX. I passed by these two freeway signs with my birthday, October. This is my birthday at 10/7/91, October 7, 91. When you put Hawthorne and Artesia after my full name, Sean Ricardo Desaad, it equals 1477. And I was exactly 1,477 weeks old the day that Kobe died. And 811 plus 666 equals 1477. 1477 is the ordinal value of Revelation 10:1, which is 24 verses after Revelation 8:11 about the falling wormwood star. That verse also equals 746 in reverse reduction, which has to do with the Golden Gate Bridge, because from the water to the very top of the bridge is 746 feet. Phoenix rises equals 746. I was exactly 746 weeks old on Kobe's 666 career game, where he scored his highest career points, 81. And it's also from the road to the top is 500 feet. The lifespan of a phoenix is 500 years. From the day that I was 500 weeks old to the release of X-Men Dark Phoenix is 6,606 days. And then going back to this, these signs from 4/5/13 of the year 1813 during the War of 1812, where 6:12 p.m. is 18 hours 12 minutes into the day. and 4,513 is the 612 prime number. From 4513 to Kobe's death is 10,791 weeks exactly. And that is my birth date, October 7, 91. Hawthorne Artesia equal 247, just like Great Earthquake. 2:47 p.m. is 887 minutes into the day. And that 887 is 154th prime. Corona earthquake happened at 1 hour 54 into the live stream. Revelation 10:1 is the 30,863rd verse of the whole Bible. And from the eclipse with the corona, the total solar, or the, 23863 going forward is exactly 467 months. Proof of God equals 467 and 51. Earthquake happened on 5/1. From 3863 of in the 1800s, 3863 to my birth is 1,543 months exactly. The 243rd prime. Kobe Bean Bryant equals 243. And 243 minutes into the day is 4:03 a.m. Corona and Lime equals 4:03. Sean and Lime equal each other in 20 ciphers. The 91 freeways, this is Corona, where the earthquake, the 91 freeway goes right through Corona. And the 91st prime is 467. The 467th prime is 3319. From 3319 to Kobe's death is 329 days. The prime factorization of 329 is 7 times 47. 7:47 a.m. is the 467th minute of the day. And the same span from 3319, again, 3319 is the 467th prime, to Kobe's death is, it equates to 46 weeks and 7 days, 467. Decoding with Cody and Shaun of the Sod equal 467. From the first rollout of Boeing 747 to the day before the Corona earthquake, 20,301 days, the 201st triangular number. And again, 201 is the 154th composite number. And yeah, you guys know about the 154 with the earthquake. And me and Cody, we did the stream together on his channel about Revelation 6:12, about the great earthquake, which happened to be exactly 2,377 weeks after Kobe's birth. And Revelation 6:12 equals 2377 in reverse, the whole verse with the phrase in the beginning. And then going back just to go over this again, the day of the earthquake, or the night after the stream, he's telling me about this door symbolism with Bray Wyatt and Kobe Bryant, and they both equal 135. And then right after that, he saw this comment on Jurassic Liars on channel about the open door. This Indian whose name translates is change his name to Open Door. And then Shawnee Prophet. Then he mentioned Sean Sean 55. Earthquake equals 55. And my birth to Super Bowl 55 that was exactly 352 months. The 352nd prime is 2,377, just like Revelation 6:12 equals 2377. And that with the end date, it was also 1,531 weeks. The 242nd prime, 2:42 p.m. is 14 hours 42 minutes into the day, and 1442 is the ordinal value of Revelation 9:11, the 154th verse of Revelation. Okay, there we go. I just thought that was insane. And I still have more. I have more. I think I've kind of maybe like joked around about it, like writing a book. I think I really do need to write a book, and I'm like just about this situation, like an AJ type of book, or I don't know, but it's just insane, you know. And I don't want to have to keep like I feel like it's already been over 2 weeks, and it's just like it's getting old, you know. I know it's getting old, and I don't blame people for just like kind of losing interest in it if that's the case, but um I just really want to put it out there, you know, and I want there to just be like just I just want this all documented so that whoever is, you know, whoever needs like proof of God, you know, it's here. Because I just can't, there's no other way I can explain how all this is happening. But I'm now going to leave the link. So if anyone wants to come through and kick it, and yeah, just kick it and talk. Cody, are you down to come through? I think Casey said he might be down. And if anyone else too, because then I would love to have new people come on. But thanks for anyone comes on, I just want to say thank you guys for being patient with me. And I know that this requires a lot of like patience, and I feel like you definitely got to be really hungry to like it's really like I could tell like if you really are the kind of person that puts in the time to watch my work, I know that you really care and you are really hungry for knowledge, because my stuff is not very entertaining. I know that, and it's very dense. I'm very monotone, and I feel like if you like if you push through all that, that means that you really care, and I respect that a lot. And or just you just support me just because you care about me, and I that means a lot too. So yeah, so just thank you for everybody who stuck around, who's keeping track of this whole thing. This is like the 5th part of this crazy synchronicity, and I might do a few more. But yeah, so let's just hang out now. What's up, guys? What's up, Casey? What's up, Cody?
What's up?
What's up, man?
How you guys doing?
I'm well. I just found something crazy connected with that Indian man.
I want to hear about it.
Well, I'll give Casey the floor first. He got in here first, so.
Oh, Casey has some really interesting things to share too, so I'm excited for him to do that.
Yeah, man. I guess I'll just talk about the stuff with the president of Iran. Yeah, I know that crash was exactly 88 months after the Plasco building collapsed in Iran.
Let me look these up while you're talking. Do you want to tell me the dates, and I could type it into the?
Oh yeah, 1/19/2017 to yesterday.
So 119. That was the terrain building collapse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cody, are you aware of that that building collapse?
Yeah. How do you spell that again? I'm
Oh, Plasco, Plasco. Yeah.
I mean, I
So the
wasn't
Pasco
aware.
building.
I wasn't aware of it until Casey told me. He told me just a little while ago about it.
Mm.
So yeah, that's interesting. 88. First thing I think of when I see 88 is Trump, but
Yeah, I
I
know.
think Casey.
Also, it was
Oh, yeah.
interesting
Sorry, Casey. Go ahead.
how ISIS. Oh my bad. ISIS is 88 in Hebrew gematria, and it was y'all mentioned it was 225 weeks after Kobe, and 225 is 15 squared, so it's 1515, which kind of looks like ISIS.
Yeah. So to reiterate what he said, yeah. So it's 225 weeks from Kobe's helicopter crash to the Iranian helicopter crash, and he mentioned that 15 times 15 is 225.
and today leaves 225 days in the year too. Today, I guess I didn't realize that.
15 times, 15 times 15, 225. And Casey, did you want to like elaborate on the ISIS thing with the 1515? You still there, Casey? So I guess I could say, so he was saying how like when you look at the number 1515 together, it's like get bigger. See how like it looks like ISIS because it's like ISIS. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Cody? You there, Cody?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was turning on the light.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, what did you say? Sorry, I got up and I thought Casey. Where'd Casey go? Is he gone?
I don't know. Where'd you go, Casey? He'll probably come back. So wait, sorry, let me pull up. Okay, so he was saying that yeah, so it's 225 weeks from Kobe's crash to yesterday's crash, helicopter crash, and 15 times 15 is 225. So he was saying that well, he was saying that ISIS equals 88 in Hebrew. Oops. So ISIS equals 88 in Hebrew. I'll just capitalize it so it's more visible. Yeah. ISIS equals 88 in Hebrew. So and then 225 is 15 times 15, and 1515 that looks like ISIS. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty interesting.
You know what's really interesting here with the 225?
Hmm.
Well, again, I told you today is the day leaving 225 days in the year. And technically they found the helicopter on today. I mean, in Iran it was already the 225 days left in the year. So
Right.
it was 225 weeks after Kobe, and then they found the helicopter 225 day left in the year. And with the 15 times 15, this obviously connects back to the 15. Well, the 15 is a huge number connected with this whole thing going on right now in the world, right? So think
Mhm.
about this. Not only was it 225 weeks, it was also 1575 days. So you have the 15 times 15 and you have the 1575. So
Wait, so
I guess
from Kobe's death to the
it was
helicopter?
1575 days.
Hey,
Oh yeah.
And
I'm back.
and
You there, Casey? Casey? Cody, so what were you saying?
Yeah,
Cody?
I mean what I was saying was the
Mhm.
1575. I brought this up yesterday, was that Kobe, equals 15 and 75, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, let's look at that again.
But if you look, I'll give you a list of words, and you can see what this kind of connects to.
What was it?
So,
What was it
so
again? It was oh yeah,
Kobe
Kobe.
equals 15 and 75, right? So
Yeah.
now type in war and make a list of all these, and like keep the
Oh,
list.
right, Kobe.
So war, Kobe, gun, Hamas, nuke. Now type in Islamic extremism. Now type in Russia. And so do you know how to how to just select like your queue, just select certain numbers?
Like to block some of them out?
Well, you can do it like that, but it's easier if you just, you know how to just, if you go into the search bar and enter the word phrase, just type in the numbers 15 and 75, but make a space in between them. And then go over to your left side there, or your blue arrow on the left side where you have your, you know what I mean, on this side.
Wait, blue arrow.
On the, that blue arrow, that drop out box over on the side. You see the two arrows
Oh
on
yeah.
either side, but
Yeah.
on the
This
other
one?
side. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never really used this. Oh, I need an account, huh?
Oh, you don't
Is that
have that.
it?
Okay, never mind. Then just hit the enter button. Just go back into the search bar and hit the enter button.
Oh, I didn't even know you could do that. That's cool.
Yeah, yeah. So look at this interesting connection with all the wars going on in the world,
Hmm.
right? And then the connection with Iran, which obviously has this connection too. So look at how all that equals 15 and 75, right?
Yeah.
So my question is, are they going to? My girlfriend actually told me earlier that some French news station was saying that they're blaming Israel for the attack on the helicopter. So I don't know if that's going to end up being something, but
I'm not
um,
surprised.
yeah. So
Dang.
I just thought that was interesting. There's some other 15s as well, but I mean those are the main ones, right?
Wait, there's
So
two Casey Joneses? Wait, hold on. Are you guys seeing this? There's two Casey Joneses.
hello, Casey.
Casey,
Hello.
wait. Oh, what the heck? Okay, let me just. How did that happen? All right. Are you still there, Casey?
I think I had two windows open.
I mean,
No,
you did tell me
that
you were a
was
twin,
fun.
so
Okay, he's gone again, man. What happened?
man.
He always has the
Yeah.
worst connections. You there?
Casey? And usually it's a lot better than that though. hopefully it works out soon. But yeah, so Zenith said, or he was, or actually I did this, right? I saw the Powerball jackpot is at 88 million. Well, Mega Millions is at 421. 421, that's the 82nd prime, right?
Yeah.
But okay, so yeah, continue with what you're saying about
You know,
so you're saying that is
I
hmm?
also got to bring up the other 75s. Order Out of Chaos 75, World War III 75.
Oh,
What else? What else is 75? There was another one I was gonna say. Oh, the inauguration equals 75. I thought that was interesting because he was
the
there
inauguration, like with like that.
with the yeah, the inauguration. So
Dang, what the heck? Those are like almost exact.
yeah, and then remember, it was this guy who was inaugurating the dam yesterday. He also had the 222 president. name of his president, Ibrahim Ayasi or whatever. I always forget how to say his name, but he also has the 222, right? So, but you can see they both have the 75, and so I just thought it was interesting that it was 1575 days after Kobe's crash, and then you have all this connections with the, but yeah, I mean, I think I was going to talk about. I don't know if Casey's done yet or not, but or if you can hear him now. Is he back?
I'm back for now.
Okay.
You guys got, yeah, man. I was on the road like earlier. I was just going on, and then I realized I had a bad connection. What I was saying though is, if I don't get kicked off again, it's 7-1. He kind of predicted the Iran stuff because the movie 300 and then that 4-8 eclipse was Millennium Lunation 300. And I realized that the helicopter crash was 41 days after that eclipse. And if you go back and look at the first Great American Eclipse and you go forward 41 days, it lands on the Las Vegas shooting. We talked about that earlier, right, Cody?
Yep.
And then, so, you know, 41 is real big with Kobe Bryant. He was 41. And it was big with the eclipse, too, really, because the eclipse was split by 41 lunar months from the first eclipse to the second Great American Eclipse. It's exactly 82 lunar months. And so it's split, like I said, by 41. That middle, and there was a middle eclipse, actually, that split it. It was the 12/14/2020 eclipse over Argentina. And I think you mentioned that president, that's actually his birthday. You got some more stuff on that. I'll let you take over.
Yeah, so like Casey said, the 41's huge here because the 41 was the amount of days after the first eclipse to the Vegas shooting. And remember, Sean, I showed you this. I don't know if you remember, but the Las Vegas WrestleMania was announced, and the shooting was in Las Vegas, right? So 41 days after that eclipse was Las Vegas shooting, and WrestleMania 41 is going to be in Vegas.
Wow.
And as Casey said, it was those two eclipses were split by 41 weeks on either side of the midpoint, which is 12/14. And 12/14 was the first day of the you-know-what's being administered. And that's Washington's birthday, George Washington's birthday. And that's the birthday of the president that just died. So, and this is exactly how Jurassic Liars predicted something happening on May 19th. So both me and Jurassic Liars, and it sounds like Seven, was also kind of onto something. But me and Jurassic Liars, in particular, we both pinpointed May 19th before. I didn't even know he talked about it, and then until I saw his video yesterday. But he did I think if you go from Trump's birth to yesterday, I think you're going to see the Seattle Slew connection. I've been talking a lot about Seattle Slew. Yeah, and you add the day, and go to the years, months, and days. So you're going to see that it's the year. Okay, so 6/11/77, right? Backwards, 6/11/77. Well, that is the Seattle Slew. And so yeah, you can pull up Seattle Slew if you want, but so 6/11/77 was the date of Seattle Slews winning the Triple Crown. And so now I had just mentioned this last month with AJ Styles because AJ Styles also won the wrestling Triple Crown on June 11th, 2003, I think it was. But the reason that this is even more interesting is because, again, if you go from the day Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown, June 11th, 1977, to June 11th this year, and then you take Just without the span, and then you just click the prime number, click the days, and it's a prime number. The amount of days.
Hope days. Wow.
So I've showed this before, but this is
I
huge.
remember. Yeah, I do remember that.
This is huge because we're talking about the year 1977, and this is from the June 11th, 1977 to June 11th is going to be the 1977. So
Yeah.
obviously every day this year would be like that. If you went from June 12th to June 12th, you'd get the same thing because it's always going to be 47 years.
Yeah, but this is so significant.
Right. Mm-hmm. But the other thing, what was I going to say? Shoot, now I forgot. Oh, okay, so I think something's going on with the NBA also, because the 4 teams now remaining in the playoffs in the NBA are the Timberwolves, which connects to George H.W. Bush. So remember, before I talked about, on the day I talked about the Hoover Dam, I brought up Herbert Hoover and the Hoover Dam, right? And then I completely forgot that George H.W. Bush stands for George Herbert. So now you have this Herbert name that keeps coming up. You have this George Herbert Walker Bush, and then you have Herbert Hoover.
George Herbert. And he's the 41st president.
And he was the 41st president. Yeah, exactly. And his code name is Timberwolf, and the Timberwolves just advanced yesterday when this dam inauguration and this crash happened.
Did you catch this? Because I noticed it when you were talking about the Argentina eclipse. Wait, was that it? Yeah, 41st prime.
Oh wait, is that wow? Well, that's I did notice that, and it's 41 months.
Yeah.
So there you go, Casey. There's even more 41s. Well, yeah, because he knew about the 41 months, but I don't know if he knew that 41 months was and 6 days was exactly 179 days on the nose. I mean, that's perfect, man.
Yeah, and I guess this. Well, I guess this kind of ties into George W. Bush too, because look, when you look at this, or George H.W. Bush, sorry, but 3 years, 157 days, and when you look at that, it's the 4th, the 5th, and 13th primes, like 612 is the 612 prime number is 4513, and his birthday is 612.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, but what I also find interesting is the Timberwolves, because he was nicknamed Timberwolf, right? So the Timberwolves are playing the Mavericks. Okay. And the WWE right now is going to be in Saudi Arabia. So they're going to the Middle East now. We just had this event in the Middle East. And now WWE is going to the Middle East for King and Queen of the Ring, which is all about crowns, right? Well, the guy who's facing Cody Rhodes for the championship is Logan Paul. And Logan Paul's nickname, just type in Logan Paul Maverick.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. In WWE, his nickname, just click images. I bet it'll come up.
Like this?
Yeah, that's his. Yeah, he's when he comes out, his entrance. I don't know. Maybe you can just type in Logan Paul entrance, but he's always got the word Maverick. Where is it? I don't know why they make it so hard to see. I've always seen it on his board.
Logan there.
Yeah. So notice that he's all about taking flight, right? Flight like a helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
So Logan Paul, this is why because it makes really no sense right now to have Logan Paul facing Cody Rhodes. The reason is because Logan Paul is already a champion. Logan Paul is the United States champion,
Right.
and Cody Rhodes is
Hey,
the
you
universal.
know, talking about Flight and Maverick, you know, what does that make you think of?
Top Gun, right?
Yeah, yeah. And then I also just throw it out there. Is it John McCain? He called himself the Maverick.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, yeah. Just throwing that out there.
And wasn't John McCain the one who Obama beat?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And then also, I thought also wasn't Saudi Arabia, wasn't that part of the narrative with the Vegas shooting too? Wasn't that guy like a gun runner for people like
What was he? Because that would be even crazier. I don't know for sure.
what's his name? Steve Paddock or something?
Stephen Paddock, yeah.
Paddock. Let's see. I have this article right here. Stephen Paddock visited Middle East. He visited the Middle East. Let's see if
where ISIS. Yeah, look at this. This is crazy.
Jeez. Oh, let me see. Extremist group ISIS. The group claims he converted. Oh, so apparently part of the narrative was that he converted to Islam 6 months before. I'm gonna try to look more into the. I had a feeling there was something that was specifically about Saudi Arabia, but you can while I look at that, you can continue your thought.
So hey, you guys, yeah, Jimmy Carter's birthday was the day of the Las Vegas attack, and he's in the news lately. They say he's on his deathbed, and of course, Jimmy Carter has that huge connection with Iran and the hostage crisis. You know, as soon as his administration ended, the hostage crisis ended. Throwing that out there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And then also, I think I mentioned this to Casey, but on the 16th, was the 16th the day that you saw the highlights with the Timberwolves and they said like the Hoover Dam thing?
The game was on the 16th, but the highlights were technically like that night after on the 17th, early on the 17th. But
okay, so this is interesting because I noticed that on the 16th they put out this story. The Mirage was set to close. Like they just announced that it was going to close after I guess 34 years. But I noticed that let's see. So that was that same day, and is it Las Vegas? Yeah, Las Vegas is 516.
And so is Mercury. I think Mercury is equals 516 as well.
Oh wow, that lines up even better. So yeah, I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, so there's definitely a connection here. I'm glad that Casey brought up this 41 connection with Vegas because it really points to also next year, and then it obviously points back to the first eclipse. So that, I mean, yeah, I think that's why. I mean, well, first of all, what really happened here was last year you had the Super Bowl in Vegas, and then WWE is now going to be in Vegas next year, right? So, and they're having this event the latest they've ever had it. The WWE's never had a WrestleMania later in the year than what they're having it, and it's going to be on 4/19 and 4/20 next year. And interesting, that's Hitler's birthday also, right? And one day before the Queen's. Is it one day before the Queen's 98th birthday? I think
she's 98 right now.
Or is it her 99th birthday then?
I think it might be 99.
But this 99 is actually going to be an interesting number to think about, because I was just looking. Well, first of all, I just talking about Logan Paul, and Logan Paul equals 99, I believe. And this is Jupiter. And this, obviously the eclipse, what day was the eclipse on this year?
99th day.
Oh, yeah.
99th day of the year. And then, what was it? Oh, crap. I lose my train of thought here. Oh, yeah. The Supreme Leader of Iran. He's got that 4/19 birthday, too. Right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Because
and that's the 81st prime. He was also born on 81 dating numerology. 81's 9 times 9. And Venus has got the 81 gematria reverse. So go ahead, Cody.
Yeah, and that reminds me of the whole thing with Taylor Swift. Remember, Taylor Swift announced her new album was released on this guy's birthday.
Oh, and then you made the connection that he took office the year she was born, right? I think
right, but there's a lot extra here about this date this year. So I guess I'll talk about 1989 real fast. So obviously Taylor Swift was like the main character at the beginning of this year, right? She was the main stories everywhere because of the Super Bowl. She was born in 1989, her album 1989. She releases her new album on the birthday of the Iran Supreme Leader who took office in 1989. And everything that just happened yesterday was connected to the year 1989 as well, because the Timberwolves were founded in 1989. And Mr. Timberwolf himself, George H.W. Bush, was president he was elected in 1989.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you found the date. I didn't find the date. I didn't even find the date.
Hey guys, when the Loma Prieta earthquake was in '89, wasn't that around the time that Gerald Ford gave the speech about the female president? Was that '89?
That was literally one day before.
Right. That's right.
And then Kamala's birthday was 2 days after that. And Travis Kelce's birthday was just days before that. So you had Travis Kelce, you had the earthquake in Oakland where Kamala was from, and then you had the speech by Gerald Ford, then you had Kamala's birthday, then you had Taylor Swift's birthday, all in that same time, man.
I guess something to look out for. It's a little off topic from what you're talking about, so I'll let you go back to that in a second. But I'll just notice like maybe the 23rd and 24th might be interesting because that like from the founding of, I guess, the Timberwolves founding date to this it matches Kobe's death date.
You must have read my mind though, because I was going to talk about this date in connection to that Indian I just found.
Oh wow!
Because
that's Bray Wyatt's birthday too, right?
Exactly, but that's why I looked more into this, because this is really tied to Pluto and the open mouth. Like this is super interesting. Like the day that I brought this up to you, I never looked any more into it. But when you were just talking about it on your live, I started looking into it more, and I just realized there's something big here because, okay, so are you able to pull up that Indian's name, Tenskwatawa, however you say that? I'll put the wiki actually in the chat, the private, in the back office, so you can just.
Okay.
I don't know if it's there or not, but the private chat in the back office. I don't know if you can see that though.
Oh yeah, got it.
Okay, so, well, first of all, the organic connection between me and you, I don't know if you saw this or I told you this yet, but this Indian just go down to the second paragraph where it says, in the early 1800s, Tesswicama formed a community with his followers near Greenville, Ohio. You know what's crazy about that? That's literally my hometown. I mean, it's like 25 minutes. 25 minutes from my hometown, man.
That's crazy. It's funny because I was thinking, like, when Uncanny Deduction, when he brought up like the connection with my name and lime, I thought it was interesting too because my favorite color has always been green, like since I was like a kid, and I grew up like I played soccer for like ever, so I was like always on the grass, like green. So I felt like green has had a lot to do with like my life. So I thought that was even more interesting when like he connected my name with lime. But
Yeah.
but I mean that's interesting too, like with the Greenville, and then that's
yeah, it's my hometown, Salina, and it's literally 25 minutes south. I've been to Greenville so many times.
wow.
But like, yeah, so give me just a second. I'll come back to that in a minute. I gotta go talk to my girlfriend for a second, but I don't know if Casey wants to take over for a bit, and I'll get back to that. So
Okay. Casey, what's going on?
Oh man, I'm working, bro. Living this mail. So you're talking about? I know you mentioned the color green, and
Yeah.
in Kabbalah, Venus is green. The planet Venus
Really?
is associated with the color green. Yeah.
Wow.
And but also in the chakra system, the heart chakra is green.
That's interesting that green equals 49 and the magic square of Venus is
7 by 7.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Dang, that this adds on even more to the craziness. I never thought about looking that up. So yeah, green is 224, like Corona. Yeah, like Corona 224. And green also equals 261 reverse satanic. Corona, California, earthquake. Oh, I spelled something wrong. Yeah, 261. And oh man, I saw like dang it. I saw a 441 yesterday. Now I regret not writing it down because I didn't think it was important. But what I noticed with green also is 137 in Latin, and my name is 137. Whoops. 137 and 322, which is weird, but
Hey, Sean, am I coming through?
Yeah, I can hear you. I hear you now. I don't know if you're saying
Oh,
anything
okay.
before then.
Oh yeah. I think Cody that mentioned, or maybe Derek, that he died 1,021 days into his presidency.
1020. The president?
Iranian president. Yeah.
Oh, I think that might.
Is that right?
Let's see.
Well,
1214. Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. 1214.
Okay, I got you.
Wait, was it 60? Yep. Oh, his presidency. Wait, when did he become? Took office. All right. So I'm seeing. I see August. You know what? You don't know what the date was, do you? Because it just says he became the president in August. What day? What day did Ibrahim? Yes. August 3rd, 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,021 days. You're right.
Okay, so yesterday the supreme leader, he turned exactly 1,021 months old.
Really? What the heck?
Yeah, yeah. And this is something Derek brought to my attention too. You know, Kobe, he died at exactly 172 Mercury years old, right?
Yeah.
That's the 172nd prime number.
What the heck?
Yeah, and then yeah,
Dude, what the heck? That's a trip.
yeah. Of course, the 1021 makes me think about it's like a 121 kind of. It makes me think about Revelation, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking that too. Um 80. Oh no. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I wonder if what is 1021 on the time of 1021? Oh shoot, 10:21 p.m. That's 22 hours 21 minutes into the day. And that is 13:41 minutes. Remember I was talking about that? Casey? Well, just to break that down. So yeah, we were talking about the 10:21 p.m. is 22 hours 21 minutes. You there, Casey?
Yeah, yeah. I guess I'm in and out a little bit.
All right. All right. So, well, did you hear how 10:21 p.m. is 22 hours 21 minutes into the day?
Yeah, yeah. Just like yeah, that's great, man. It's confirms the Revelation connection.
Hmm. So again, for people, if you're not familiar with this verse, Revelation 22:21, that is the final verse of the Bible. This is the final verse of the Bible. And I found it interesting regarding the Corona earthquake because the Corona earthquake happened at 1:49 p.m., the Corona, California earthquake, and 1:49, the 149 square is 2221, and 22 hours 21 minutes into the day equals 1341 minutes. And Kobe and Gianna were ages 13 and 41 when they died. And you get the 80,460 seconds too, 8460. That is the time that the first tower was struck on 9/11 at 8:46. I believe it's the North Tower, right? North Tower 8:6. Yep, in New York City, the beautiful morning on Tuesday, September 11, 2000, is transformed instantly at 8:46 a.m. So you get that 8:46. Yep.
I didn't know. I guess I'm in and out still. I was just saying, you know, Virgo's 846 in Latin. Kobe was a
Oh, right.
Virgo,
Yeah.
so yeah.
I'm gonna look at that. That's so, and that one's crazy, dude. 8:46. Oh, and it's interesting too. I mentioned to Cody yesterday with the 71. Because we're this year on June 2nd. I'm pretty sure that's another thing Cody's gonna get into maybe in his next video. But there's something really interesting about the date, June 2nd this year. But that's gonna be the 71st anniversary of after the Queen, her coronation. So this is gonna be the 71st
Okay.
anniversary.
That's interesting.
And
Yo, Diana was born July 1st.
oh, really? Wait,
Yeah, Princess Diana.
let's see. Wow.
July 1st, 61. For sure.
Oh, wow. Dang. And I was also thinking, I mean, 71 is connected to 91 because 71 is the 20th prime, and 71 plus 20 is 91. And 713. So when you look at the prime factorization of 91, it's 7 times 13. And 713 breaks down to 23 times 31, the 9th and 11th primes. 23 is the 9th prime.
Hey, John, am I coming through?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, man, at 91, I totally forgot that. That's 7 times 13, and that's the big date. Coming up July 13th with Kamala. She's turning 248 Mercury years old. She's born 91 Mercury years after Joe Biden. And then, the Las Vegas shooting was at the 91 Root Harvest Festival. Right?
Yeah. So when she turned, so on that date, when she turns 248, that's 41 days after the 71st anniversary after the Queen's coronation.
Okay. Hey, I also wanted to.
I think you cut out. Yeah, Casey, I think you cut out. Let me read some of these while Casey comes back in. Allison says that Isis equals 196 and satanic. That's really interesting. Casey May. How you doing, Casey May? Herbert Walker Bush equals 196. The Timberwolves equal 196. Oh, so that's even more. So I read Allison's comment first. So yeah, Herbert Walker Bush equals 196. The Timberwolves equal 196, and then Allison says that ISIS is 196. That's crazy. That's really crazy. Oh my god. Let's read David Olson's comment. Think of former Prime Minister of Japan, Abe. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Now we have Abraham, another dude. That's a great point. That is a really, really good point. Oh shoot. Yeah, you're right. And Abe Lincoln. Did I haven't really looked at any of the updates from today, but are they saying that? Are they confirming that it was an assassination? Because the articles were just saying at first that it was like because of foggy weather, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's been an update on that. Betty R. Oh, that's a good point too because we are talking about that 1989 where the Berlin Wall came down. Another really good point. Let's see what else we got. There was a Casey. I don't know if you're trying to say anything, but I'm not hearing you. Dirk. Dirk says there was XX was tagging Dirk. There's a great Seattle fire, June 6, 1889. Oh, we should definitely look into that. Wow, that's actually a really good point. Thank you, Star Vega. Thank you for your kind words. What else did I miss earlier? Doesn't seem like too much, but yeah, Casey, I don't know if you're trying to say anything, but you're not coming through at the moment. What else could I share? Oh, okay. I guess maybe I can backtrack to if you guys were watching my presentation earlier about if you're watching my presentation earlier about like proof of God, and all that stuff. And if you guys remember that Revelation 6:12 equals 2377, and earthquake equals 55 on Super Bowl 55, I was 352 months. The 357 is 2377. So when you go to, I should have put this in the presentation. Forgot, but proof of God.
Huh?
Hey, I can hear you now. I wasn't. I don't know if you were trying to say anything, but I wasn't hearing you.
Oh.
But I can hear you now.
Oh, I got you. Yeah,
But
I think my phone's getting hot. I'm out here in the hot weather and stuff. Yeah, I just want to run over the 567 stuff real quick. You know,
okay.
Dark Phoenix is you know how Dark Phoenix is 567?
Yeah.
And that's the height of the San Jacinto Monument.
Yeah.
And so if you go from the San Jacinto Monument through the reflecting pool, it points directly to the Trinity test site.
Right.
Right.
I remember that. That is.
And it's even at a distance of 811 miles.
Is it? It's like nautical miles or something, or is that the same thing? I think I remember hearing that. So it's kind of small. You can see here, yeah, the San Jacinto Monument is 567 feet high. Yeah, San Jacinto Monument, 567 feet high. And you mentioned that Dark Phoenix is 567. And so what he was saying, I'm not able to pull it up because I think you need the like Google Maps or something. But let me see, San Jacinto reflecting pool. Okay, so what Casey is saying is, let's see, aerial view. So I believe that if you go from, same thing. So if you go from here, the San Jacinto Monument, and again, this is 567 feet tall. And remember how I showed that Revelation 8:11 equals 567 in ordinal? Or I mean, not ordinal. Which one was it? $567 in reduction. So Revelation 9:11 Revelation 8:11 equals 567 in reduction, and then the San Jacinto Monument is 567 feet tall, and he was just saying that when you go from the monument straight through the reflecting pool, like make a straight line, and if you keep going, I think what he said was it's 811 miles away. Maybe I don't want to butcher that, but anyways, if you go straight through the reflecting pool, I know this is for sure true, that if you just keep going straight, it goes right to where the Trinity test site is. So literally just straight through. So that really says a lot about how important the monument is. When does it get? Actually, I think maybe this got put up before the Trinity test. Did the San Jacinto Monument open? Okay, yeah. So this was actually put before the Trinity test. So the Trinity test was on July 16th, 1945. So I guess that test site was based on this. Let's see. So okay, this was the Queen's birthday. What birthday was that? 29 to 39. Oh, whoops. Wait, Casey. Okay. Hey.
Hey,
There,
can
Casey.
you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hell, man. I don't know what's going on. Shoot.
So you're saying that it's 800 miles from the San Jacinto Monument to the Trinity test site?
Yeah, 811. 811.
miles. That's
Yep.
that's crazy.
Yeah. You know, Dark Phoenix has got the 248 gematria too.
Does it really?
Yeah, that's like, and then you think about Phoenix is actually associated with the sign of Scorpio.
Ooh.
And, you know, Scorpio's got the Pluto and Mars as its ruling planets. So,
So you're right. See, Pluto. Well, this is interesting. Pluto and Mars equals 135, but it also equals 631. That's a 115th prime. Yeah, 115th prime, and nuclear equals 115. So that's pretty interesting.
and you know what
You see that?
else is interesting? That, you know, you mentioned the Artesia.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's so close to Artemisia, right? Which is like the
you're right.
Latin. It's like the Latin for wormwood, or
Yeah.
the you know, scientific name, I guess.
Yeah. Artemisia absinthium.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that. Um, let's see. So yeah, I was looking at. Oh yeah, that's what I was looking at. So from the opening of the San Jacinto Monument, I just wanted to check. I've never looked into it, but from the opening of the San Jacinto Monument to the release of Dark Phoenix. Well, this is interesting because of the. This kind of reminds me of Seattle. The Seattle needle, the Space Needle, has 848 steps. I wonder what's the difference from the opening of the Trinity or the San Jacinto Monument to the Trinity test. Oh, okay. I mean, I can break this down. You see this, Casey? You there? Hey, you're muted.
Yeah. Go ahead. What you got? 686.
Yeah. I mean, I learned this from 7. This is like a revelation number because 686 is 2 times 7 times 7 times 7. Right now. 2 times 7 times 7 times 7. So that's 686 is 2 times 7 times 7 times 7. And 2, 7, that is a 404th prime number for the total verses in Revelation, 404. So I guess that's pretty interesting that from the San Jacinto Monument to the Trinity test is 686 days. But also, I was thinking 687, this connects to Mars, right? Isn't this a Mars number, 687? Casey?
Oh, yeah. That's the orbital period of Mars is 687. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Orbital.
Okay.
Yeah, Mars. Yep. 687 days.
You know, I think the San Jacinto Monument is connected to the Queen too, because it commemorates a battle that was on April 21st.
Wait,
So,
you're saying that has to do with the
yeah.
twins?
with the Queen Elizabeth.
Oh,
'Cause it
the
was-
Queen, and they said twins. Wait, what battle was it? Let's see. I can look it up. Oh, Battle of San Jacinto. Okay. What was that? Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying. So April 21st, 1836. To, let's see, from the Queen to the Queen's birth. 90 years. Mm. Maybe from maybe to her death. That's interesting. Yeah, nothing really. Yeah, did you have anything else in mind for that the Battle of San Jacinto regarding that?
yeah. Well, am I coming through right now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know if I'm coming through, man. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear
Well, yeah, just saying that it was the battle. The battle was 90 years before the Queen was born, and then Prince died on her 90th birthday. Yeah.
you. Oh wow. Wait, that's interesting. So
Yeah, and I also wanted to
90
bring
years.
up too, like real quick, how I was
Dude, that's really interesting. Sorry. Okay, continue. You're kind of you're not coming through at the moment. I'm not hearing you right now. Let me read some of this. Allison, Revelation 6:12 plus the verse. Yep, 1331. Taylor Allison equals 1331. I'm gonna look that up right now. Good one, Allison. Jeez, you're killing it. Taylor Allison. I guess Casey's not gonna be able to come back. Wait, am I spelling it wrong? Taylor Allison equals 1331. Where's it at? Taylor. Am I spelling? Oh, with one L. Oh wow. Dang, that's crazy. So she spells it just like that? And then you said, oh yeah, that's her favorite number into 13. 100 Cody code. 126 and 612 numbers. 13th and 6 prime. Oh, yeah, exactly. I was thinking, yeah, exactly. So thinking about the 1331 and in terms of the June 11 date, the 611. So how that connects to this is 13, like you said, 13 is the 6 prime and 31 is the 11th prime. So you're right about that. I think Taylor Ellison Swift equals 104. 104 is a big number, serious. Give me 1 second, please. So something else that is interesting about Taylor Swift I don't know if anyone has caught on to. Okay, well, let me show you this. This 833 is a very biblical number. I could just break this down. I'm always looking out for this number because I'll show you. So 833, the prime factorization is 7 times 7 times 17. So it's 7 times 7 times 17. See that? So when you look at this just as one number, 7717, that's the 979th prime. Can I zoom in? Okay, yeah, so it's the 979th prime, 7717, and 979, that breaks down to 11 times 89. So hopefully you guys are familiar with this number by now, but this represents the total chapters in the Bible. This gives a total of 1,189 chapters in the whole Bible. So I think that's interesting that, yeah, so Taylor Allison Swift equals 833, 7 times 7 times 17, 7717 is the prime factor, or the prime, 7,717 is the 979th prime, and 979 is 11 times 89. And what's more interesting is that that's the fifth. 11 is the fifth prime. 11 is the fifth prime. 89 is the 24th prime. So like 524, right? 524. And my name is 524 in standard. So I thought that was pretty cool. Allison, were you the one who commented in the one that made this observation? Because this was like the catalyst for Cody's 222 video. So this is insane. Taylor Swift, she's gonna be 12,600 days old on 6/12. That's ridiculous. And what else do I have to say about that? Well, Wormwood equals 126. And then like all that stuff that happened with me with the Corona, California earthquake, that's 126. And yeah, it's kind of wild that like it was such a subtle earthquake. It was so small, and I think it was so small that like nobody even bothered to like do a decode on it. But I don't, not that I blame anybody, because it would have been insignificant to me as well if it didn't line up so perfectly. Let's see what else I got. I have a lot of more interesting things to share. Yeah, Allison, you sound like an amazing decoder. You're giving some really great information. What else I got? Hello, Betty. How's everyone doing today? I don't know if I want to keep this going too long. I mean, we're just kicking it right now. Just to remind you guys about what's important about. Oh, okay. Let me show you this. So you guys see that Corona, California earthquake equals 1171. And that's interesting in terms of the time on the clock, because the time of 1931 p.m. So 1931 is 1,171 minutes. Just like Corona, California earthquake is 1171. And 19 and 31 are very important because 19 19 is the 8th prime, and 31 is the 11th prime. And again, Revelation 8:11 is about wormwood, and wormwood equals 126. Wait, where was I going with that? Wormwood equals 126. Oh, wormwood equals 126. I have to open this one up. Okay, wormwood equals 126, and Corona, California earthquake equals 126. And hold on. What is Allison saying now? Swift posted on 4/18 about 1331. Did she? What did she say about that? Or are you saying that she posted on X around? Are you saying that that's the time of her post was at 1331? Is that what you're saying? Oh wow, 4/18 to 6/12 is 1 month and 26 days. Wow. And just to show you guys how the 126, how this further connects to the earthquake with Revelation 6:12. So the 126 prime, the 126 prime is 701. So when you think about Revelation 6:12, this is so Revelation 6:12 about the great earthquake. This is the 108th verse. The 108th verse of Revelation. So 612 plus 108. You guys want to look at that? Calculator. 612 plus 108. Oh wait, thinking about the wrong thing. Sorry. Okay, so just focusing on the 108, because Revelation 6:12 is the 108th verse of Revelation, and the 108th prime is 593, and also it equals 593 when you add Revelation 6:12, the phrase in the beginning, it equals 593. So that 593 is really tied to this verse very heavily in both of those ways. Zoom out. Okay, so Revelation 6:12 equals 593. It's the 108th verse of Revelation. And the 108th prime is 593. So when you add 108 plus 593, you get 701. So, and again, with the 701, 701 is the 126th prime. So that's a big deal. It's a big deal. Let's see. I don't know if I'm gonna keep this going for too long. Let me just read a few more things. Matilda Wormwood? Who's Matilda Wormwood? I'm not sure who that is. Let's see. Oh, that was her last name? I did not know that. This is... What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna need to look into that now. I love that movie. That was like that's my childhood movie. Thank you for bringing that up. Taylor Allison Swift. I mean, what am I saying? Taylor's birthday, 12, 13, 19, 8, 89 equals 133. 133 is 1331 in line. Wow. Oh my gosh. Allison, you're killing it, I swear. What in the world? That's crazy. And I've been really heavy looking into this verse, Revelation 13:3. And I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. And that's so interesting because Taylor Swift, like, she had that the earthquake that was tied to the beast quake. Casey's back? You back, Casey?
Yeah.
Hey. Is it your connection better? Your connection
Maybe. Guess we'll have to find out.
Well, you just found out?
I said, guess we'll have to find out if it's better. Guess it's not better.
Sorry. It sounds better. Sounds better.
Sounds better.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, people are dropping some gold.
It's got to fall out.
What's up? No.
Handing off the package here. Hey, you're talking about the 1331.
Yeah.
The San Jacinto Monument has 1331 gematria.
Let's see. San Jacinto Monument. Am I spelling it wrong? Can you see if I'm spelling? Am I spelling it wrong? Oh, he's dropping out again. Is it just San Jacinto, maybe? San Jacinto? Not seeing it. But I remember you did tell me something about the 131 with San Jacinto. Something else. But yeah, another amazing find from Allison, the Beastquake to the Swiftquake. 12 years, 6 months, 2 weeks, and 1 day. That is definitely indeed the 12621. That's the palindrome. That's amazing. I don't know if Cody knows that. I think Cody would love to hear that. Let's see what else is there. Taylor's birthday. Let me see. There was Yeah, and just to remind you guys how important that 1331 is. So when you look at the 1331st prime is 10957, and that happened to be 66 years and 6 months before the eclipse. I really thought there was gonna be something a lot crazier, but yeah, I'm glad nothing bad happened. This is another thing too. So 66 years and 26 days. I want to get into that. Let me see. Yeah, I guess I can show you guys real quick. Hold on, let me double check real quick. It has to do with wormwood. Just got to refresh my memory. Okay. So when you look at, okay, I pulled up, and I'll end this somewhat, yeah, probably soon, so you guys can continue on with whatever you gotta do for the rest of your day. But let me just show you this real quick in terms of 6626. Okay. All right. Sorry. Sorry, give me 1 second. Almost there. So it has to do with this thing I've shown you guys before, which I learned from 7-1. Oh, okay. I'll look at that after this. So you guys remember this? Maybe not, but this has to do with these 3 verses: Revelation 6:12, 8:11, and 9:11. So this is all with Revelation 8:11 being like the center of this whole thing about wormwood. And so the 33:13, that's 6:12, or from 6:12, Revelation 6:12 to 8:11, that's 33 verses away. And from Revelation 8:11 to 9:11 is 13 verses away. So that's how you get the 33:13. So focusing on that, and then focusing on the ordinal value of Revelation 8:11, which is 1377. Shown this before. Learned this from 7-1. 1377 and 8:11. So these are the 3 numbers we're going to focus on. We're going to focus on 33:13, 1377, and 8:11. So there's 2 things. When you add them all together, 33:13 plus 1377 plus 81. Let me make sure this is correct. 3313 plus 1377 plus 811 is 5501. So we're going to write that 5501. But then when you subtract 3313 minus 1377 minus 811, sorry, this is supposed to be an 11. That's going to equal 1125. So just watch. 3313 minus 1377 minus 811 is 1125. So now when you take 5501 plus 1125, that's going to equal 6,626. So 1125 plus 5501 is 6,626. And again, from the 1003. So again, this is the 1331st prime is 10957. So from 10957 to the eclipse is 66 years and 26 weeks. Just like that. I know that's just totally totally out there, but no, okay. Let's look up the Battle of San Jacinto, and then we'll probably call it a day. Battle of San Jacinto. Maybe it's the battle. Oh, I can get into 1218 too. So the Battle of San Jacinto is 1331. That's awesome. And should I get into, okay, before I leave, yeah, let me wait. Reading some comments. Let me review the 1218 real quick, and then we can call it a day. So,
Hey, man.
Oh, Cody, you're back.
Yeah, sorry, man. I didn't know it was going to take so long.
Oh, no problem. I mean, I don't know if you're like tired or anything, or if you're down to still talk. I'm pretty much chilling today, so we can.
Well, I just thought you and Casey were still going on. Has Casey been off for a while?
It's been hard. He's just been kind of going in and out. I think as of right now, he's out.
Okay.
Yeah, but
the San Jacinto, I think that Casey probably brought that up, didn't he?
Yeah, and Allison is dropping gold in here. So here, let me share this one. I think you're gonna really appreciate this. From the Beastquake to the Swiftquake is 12 years, 6 months, 2 weeks, and 1 day, which is the 12621 forward and backward.
Wow. And type in Beastquake, man. It's 612. You know, I think you already know that, but
oops, forgot which one it is.
It's Sumerian. Wait. I think it's 612 is in Sumerian.
Insane. I don't know if you got to see. Can I show you how the 126, how that's tied to Revelation 6:12, like specifically? So
yeah,
I don't know if you probably did not get a chance to hear, but so Revelation 6:12 is Revelation 6:12 is the 108th verse of Revelation, and it's also, I think, I mean, I've said it before, but probably not the most memorable thing. It also equals 593 in reduction when you have the whole verse. Wait, so it's 593. So it's like the 593's. Wait, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, so it equals 593, and that's the 108th prime, and it's the 108th verse of Revelation.
Yeah.
But on top of that, 108 plus 593. 108 plus 593 is 701, and that's the 126 prime.
Huh. Yeah.
So it's very interesting. So it's really interesting that Taylor Swift is turning 12,600 days on 6/12.
Right. I mean, that in and of itself is crazy. I wonder if it was Allison that shared that with me that day. I couldn't remember who it was that shared that.
I asked her, but I don't think she says that it wasn't her. But you know what's funny? Actually, I didn't even realize because I totally forgot. But I looked back at your video. Let's see. And I'm still curious to know who it was. Who who I guess commented on it again, but I realized where was it? Was that the video? Was this the video where was this the video where the
Which one are you looking for?
where the 1260 someone mentioned something about the 1260?
Oh, the 1260?
Or 126, sorry.
Oh, you mean the one just recently?
Yeah, but I
Taylor
remember in
Swift?
your but I remember in
No,
your
I think
video.
that was a recent one. I thought that there was, I think it was I know it was a girl that told me from Taylor Swift will turn 12600 days old on 12/6. It was a recent one. I think it was the oh man, I think it was the 222 one to 612. Go back up a bit. The one that says order out of chaos 222.
Oh, right here.
But I couldn't find the comment anymore. I think YouTube is shadowing it.
Dude, that's a trip.
I really can't find the comment anymore.
That is a trip. Oh, okay. Dang, I wanted to let me see if I could find it, but I wanted to share something with you that was really crazy about. I don't think you even got a chance to share it with you yet, but it was about that synchronicity that you had when you ended up starting the stream at 2:22. You remember that?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll be able to find it right now. If I have to find it another time, but anything else that's on your mind? Anything else that is interesting you?
What was I was saying something before I left. What was I talking about? I don't even remember. What
Oh, it was about the Shawnee Indian.
Oh yeah, Tenskwatawa or whatever.
Was that the main thing? Just that it was like right near your area?
Oh no, that was just the beginning. I had that was just my connection to it, but I had a whole decode connected, or I did. It's not a whole decode, but it's definitely interesting, right? So it's connected to Pluto and Bray Wyatt and Kobe because it's and Trump. But so do you have that page still up of the Indian?
I might have to do it again. How did we find it the first time? Oh yeah, you would put it in my private chat, right?
Yeah, it's in there. Yeah, so take his name. Just take his basic the first name that they give you.
This one?
Yeah.
Shawnee the Prophet? That's a sick name. I should change that. I should change my YouTube name to that. That's
Yeah.
sick. Shawnee the Prophet. Sounds like a rapper.
Yeah.
Or am I putting it in here?
Yeah. Now, this is what's crazy, right? So you have the Donald Trump. Yeah, it is that. I was gonna get to that, but you also have the Donald. Well, first of all, type in Donald Trump and just pull up the Satanic Cipher. Type in Donald Trump.
Wait, should I save that or?
Yeah, save that. Type in Donald Trump, and then you can just pull up the Satanic. So What are the chances that this guy name equals 523, right? So 523 is the 99th prime number.
Mm-hmm.
And if you type in Donald, Donald also has 99. Donald has a lot of connections to 99 because I think the name Donald, not in this cipher, but in another cipher equals, I can't remember what cipher it's in. Yeah, the cap's mixed, 99. But remember, there was this, so type in Donald, Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald's a football player. Type in Aaron Donald. So Aaron Donald equals
too, right?
What's that?
He was also number 99, right?
Yeah, he wore number 99, and his name equals 99. And guess when his birthday is?
Is it 99?
No, it's 523.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, now go back to that satanic cipher with Donald Trump and whatever that guy's name is, the Indian. Okay, so this 523, you might want to click it so they can see that's the 99th prime number. That's why we're talking about it. And Jupiter equals 99. You don't have to pull it up, but Jupiter equals 99, right? But the big thing here is this, right? So you have this 523. This is Bray Wyatt's birthday. And if you pull up Bray Wyatt with the open, well, first of all, go back to that Indian, and you can see that his name means open door. You might have to scroll
I know you're
down.
right. I'm just trying to find it.
You might have to scroll down a bit more, like to the early life section. Yeah, the early life and family section.
This part right here.
Yeah, but where's the part? Just scroll up a bit. Oh, right there. Okay, so notice that his name means open door and one with open mouth. Okay, so this is essentially Bray Wyatt, man. Like this is so, it's so crazy, but like, I don't see how any more connected to Bray Wyatt this guy could be because, well, first of all, he equals 523, and that's Bray Wyatt's birthday. But Bray Wyatt, I showed you that video the other day. Bray Wyatt is all about opening doors. Like even in that video I showed you, he's like, "Who opened the door?" You know, he's always talking about that. So what's the chances that this name means open door and also one with open mouth? And so if you type into Google Bray Wyatt open mouth lantern, I don't know if it'll come up like that, but I've showed you this before, but just so people can see what I mean, because it's pretty obvious.
It's so creepy, dude. I never really looked into him like until you really started decoding him, and dude, he's so creepy.
Yep. So you guys can see, anyone in the chat, you guys can see his lantern is literally his mouth open, right? A big open mouth, right? And he always comes through the doors. He always asks who opened the door, right? Okay, so now go back to that Indian. And so what are the chances that Bray Wyatt is all about open doors and he has the open mouth, right? So you have the same connection, like exactly. And what it makes us even more crazy is that Donald Trump is also known for having a big mouth, right? Like the way I think of Trump is he's always talking, right? He's always talking a big game, right? So I guess you could say Donald Trump is really connected to talking, you know?
Yeah.
Which I think that's what this is kind of pointing at, an open mouth, but kind of being a heavy talker. But so what are the chances that Bray Wyatt died on Donald Trump's mugshot? Right? So now go look at the year this guy was born, 1775. But it doesn't give you an actual date, but just go to the very first day of 1775 and measure to the day that Trump got his mugshot and the day that Bray Wyatt was died.
I'm scared. So like January 1st?
January 1st, 1775. to August 24th. Now, just do it in years and days. Do you see it?
What is it? 235 again?
That's Bray Wyatt's birthday backwards.
Oh shoot! Or not backwards, but it's like the 20 because it's the alternate way you would write that, right? 23
That's
slash
the other
5.
day. Yeah.
Oh
And
wow!
look how many years it is, bro. 248.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Look
that
at the date.
definitely.
So what is the chance of that? I
Wait,
mean,
that means that the Japanese earthquake was? Oh no, that was this year. Sorry, never mind.
yeah.
Sorry, I was about to say,
But what's really interesting is the 235. I mean, the
no, for real, yeah.
248, the 248 is obvious, but who's more connected to Pluto? First of all, people who don't following this, who's releasing who is releasing teasers right now with the Pluto symbol in it? It's Bray Wyatt's brother. And now go back to that Indian and look at his wiki and see that what he's famous for. Look at his brother's name. You might recognize his brother's name because his brother's name is more famous. It might be at the top. It might be at the top of the page. Yeah, Tecumseh. You see, the brother of Tecumseh.
Is it second or first?
It's right after Shawnee the Prophet. He was a younger brother of
Okay.
Tecumseh.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, you know what? That Tecumseh reminds me of William Tecumseh Sherman. He's the one that burnt Atlanta. Like he did it. He took a pass from like Tennessee to through Atlanta to maybe all the way through Georgia, South Carolina, and he destroyed everything in his path. And whenever I think about the what they're doing in Palestine, it makes me think about that William Tecumseh Sherman. And also,
Yeah.
when you were talking about the open mouth stuff, it made me think about Astro World. You know how Travis Scott, the entrance is like an open mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's
and
the
then
anniversary of the the election is on the anniversary of that this year.
oh, okay. Well, and that was in Houston too, right? Was that Houston?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Again, San Francisco, man. And one more thing I wanted to mention. I always thought it was interesting how Bray Wyatt, I think his middle name is Rotunda, right?
Right. Yeah, his last name.
And I was laughing. And then let's see. And then the Capitol building has the Capitol Rotunda.
Yeah.
That's like the dome. It's the dome. I'm pretty sure. So.
But yeah, that's a good addition because I'm sure this is tied to this open mouth
Maybe.
thing.
Yeah. So that I'm just saying it could be connected maybe to the storming of the Capitol, maybe. But I just want to throw a few things out there to kind of give you some leads or something.
Okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah, that's
Appreciate
good.
it.
There was something I was thinking about with I guess it's another synchronicity of mine, I guess. I mean, I've already established like this crazy, like, I don't know, connection I've had with Kobe, but I showed this earlier I showed how when he died, I was 1477 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then I was showing how Revelation 10:1, which is 24 verses after 8:11, how that equals I'll make this quick. That equals 1477. Right.
Mm-hmm.
But it also equals 2222.
Wow.
And that reminds me of Isaiah 2222. Where's Isaiah? Isaiah 22:22. You know what that's about? And the key of the house of David will I lay upon his shoulders, so he shall open and then shall shut.
Wow. Wow. Again with the door.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. I mean, it's just insane because like this whole thing with Kobe and then Bray Wyatt and the doors and
So insane.
yeah, I can't believe it, man. That's insane because I mean, what's the 2222? Like that's Joseph Aquaviva, man. I wonder if he's
Yeah.
still in the chat.
Yeah. And then I learned this from Casey too, that 2222, this represents the fixed cross of the zodiac, of the astrology wheel, because like, are you familiar with that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I guess just for anyone who's watching. So that is, there's 3 signs per season. So each season has 3 signs. So summer or spring starts. So spring is Aries, Taurus, Gemini. So the fixed crosses the middle of each season. So Taurus. So it goes 1, 2, 3, and then from Cancer to Virgo, that is summer. So 1, 2, 3, and that's and then Libra to Sagittarius is fall. So 1, 2, 3, and then Capricorn to Pisces is 1, 2, 3. So the fixed cross would be just Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius.
So you're just saying that it's the 222s, like from each one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I learned that from Casey. And that applies a lot to the Astro World event, because when you look at the numbers, so it's actually, I have actually made a slide about it. I never put this on my YouTube. I actually put it on my Instagram.
Hey, I actually got that 2222 from looking into Aleister Crowley book.
Oh, really?
He talked about the fixed cross. Yeah, the fixed cross and the 2222. And also with the twos, I think, of course, that's a big Pluto thing because they had that ritual with Biden coming out on 2/22 at 2/22. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Because Pluto wields the Biden, not the trident, the Biden, and that's a lot like I said before. It's a lot like Biden. And then too, think about how Scorpio is ruled by Pluto, and that's Scorpio's in one of the fixed signs. So,
Right. And in terms of the Astro World, because first of all, I felt like this was highly connected, because I mean, it's also like because it says I will lay upon his shoulders, and that's also kind of like what that looks like too. It looks like this whole thing is like on his shoulders too, with the open mouth.
Yeah.
But so just to show real quick, like when you just focus on the 4 signs, so the album, it came out in Leo, which is part of it, Leo, Astro World. And the festival was in Scorpio. So in Scorpio, it was in November. And Travis Scott is a Taurus. Like Taurus. And I kind of wrote this wrong, but I was thinking about like Aquarius is ruled by Uranus, and Uranus is the sky god. But I was thinking about like the air, and people couldn't breathe. But this is what really just makes it more like it stands out more because it was on 11/5. Like the concert was on 11/5, and if you look, so these two is 11 and 5, so 11 and 5, and
Mm-hmm.
then these two, the 2 and the 8, that represents Texas because Texas was the 28th state.
Yeah. Wow.
Um,
Yeah. Good one.
so 28. So 11/5, 28.
I mean,
And
yeah, that's perfect right there.
yeah, and then he had, I mean, the Ferris wheel was just like a huge part of his concert, and I think that is obviously representing this. This is the Ferris wheel, you know. So yeah, I just want to share that.
Uh-huh. And interesting. Ferris wheel equals 128.
Oh, does it?
Ferris wheel, yeah. Interesting.
I thought, yeah, I just thought it was crazy that this verse equaled the 2 2 2 2 like in reverse.
Well, going back to that picture you just had up of Travis Scott, the open mouth, and on his shoulders, Um, so Bray Wyatt, considering he had the open mouth, um, he he would always come out and the song he always sang and what he called his followers were his fireflies, right? So, but he
Mm-hmm.
also would always say he's got the whole world in his hands.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of reminds me of he's got the whole he lays it all on his shoulders, kind of the same kind of symbolism. I've got the whole world in my hands, on my shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
I need to look into that actually, because that old nursery rhyme. I got the whole world in
Yeah, I saw
my.
the. I saw. I don't know how many times he's done it before, but I saw that one. Um, I guess one of the events where John Cena was talking, and then like there's a bunch of kids, and they were like,
Yeah.
it was like they're doing the whole choir, and they were singing that song. Has he done that multiple times, or was that like?
I think he only did that once. Maybe he did it another time, but I think it was just for a WrestleMania entrance because they always go like really dramatic with the WrestleMania entrances. So
Mm,
yeah, I need to go look into that song and try to see if I can. Yeah, because like I said, I mean, especially because this isn't something that's just happened in the past. This Bray Wyatt thing's relevant now because of the fact that his brother is like taking over his legacy, and whatever they're about ready to bring back, this character, whatever they're going to call it, whatever it's going to be, I guarantee it's going to be full of, I mean, it's going to be, and again, if people aren't following this, I mean, on my channel, I could literally do just whole decodes on this whole WWE stuff they're releasing. Because I told you the other day, they just released the Veil Druid,
yeah.
the code word.
Mm,
Um, it's literally like veiled door. Like literally that's the code they're giving out. And again, you have this open door, open mouth. Um,
Veil, what was it again?
ve-
Veiled. How do you spell it?
veiled druid,
Veiled.
Drood.
Um.
But you spell veiled in the plural like v or like veiled or past tense
Oh,
veiled.
is it this one
No,
with V? Oh.
veiled.
Uh,
Veiled Druid, Dro. Yeah. So they just released this. What is Veiled Druid? And, you know, actually, if you look it up, there's another meaning to this. A veiled Druid is some sort of veil that the Catholic Church puts over a cross, which is interesting. So there's multiple meanings to this. Like if you just look up the meaning of veiled Druid and you like do the search below, I think it will talk about just scroll down. There might be something there.
they type in like Catholicism.
Yeah. So there you can see
Ruth
Rude was
Green.
covered.
Yeah.
No, I think it's the first one right there. Catholic Encyclopedia. So a rood.
Maybe I could maybe the images.
I don't know if they have any images of it or not, but
Yeah,
but you can read about it there. You could say it's because the rood is a road. Again, this is like roads or rood.
Oh yeah.
So it's basically the Red Cross, I think. So cross, a term often used to signify the true cross itself, which is the prefix holy. So yeah, there's a lot to look into here. I haven't even really read this, but wait, what does that say? But more generally, it means a large crucifix with statues of Our Lady. Our Lady again, huh? Yeah, I need to look more into this, and so if you type in veiled rood into the calculator,
It's spelled wrong.
yeah, but I think you spelled it right. You just move the E and the I around, but I think it's actually was right. The same letters.
Oh.
Yeah, so you get this 55, and what's interesting is these whole teasers right now are connected to the Nightbird riddles, and Nightbird also I believe equals 55 in the same cipher. So you have what's funny about this too, if type in, this is experimental, but type in Wade Ripple and then just compare these two words.
Wow.
So
Wow.
Wade Ripple is a character in a Disney movie that came out on 616 last year, which 616 is the alternate number of the beast. But it came out on 616, and I told you about this before, but it's about a character named Wade Ripple who gets sucked into a pipe and goes into a furnace and meets a character named Lumen, Ember Lumen. And
Yeah.
I told you that the two coins, the X coins, the cryptocurrencies that are connected to the X's are the Ripple XRP and the Stellar Lumen. And then Seattle, Taylor Swift's Swiftquakes were in Lumen Field in Seattle. I just thought it was interesting that Veiled Druid equals Wade Ripple. And if you type in XRP Ledger, it also equals XRP Ledger. And again, Wade Ripple is clearly a character connected to XRP. So, and this door stuff is connected to XRP too, because the financial system is like an open door, right? So they're about ready to open the flood doors, like the banking system. It's confusing a bit, but like there's been a lot of connections with XRP in the past to doors and gates and walls. So I've just thought it really interesting. And even that video I shared with you about Bray Wyatt, and I guess we could, I don't know if you have that screenshot I sent you, but the one with the Bray Wyatt Firefly Funhouse where he shows the dates 610, 611, and 612. Like I thought that was crazy, man.
Oh yeah, I could pull it up. Yeah, that was a really good find, dude. Cause I know most people probably are thinking about the 666, right? Because the sixes are highlighted.
Right.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah, but it's obviously set up to look like dates to me. Like I don't know, like, and just the fact that it aligns perfectly. I think I need to do a whole decode about this because it aligns perfectly with Wheel of Fortune, and what I discovered with Wheel of Fortune and Pat Sajak stepping down. Pat Sajak is stepping down on June 7th, right? So just days before 610, 611, 612. And
Yeah.
in that video, as I showed you, Bray Wyatt is literally portraying a game show host. And he's literally portraying Pat Sajak essentially because, I mean, his wig looks like Trump more, but Pat Sajak also has Pat Sajak also has like kind of blondish hair like that, like what Bray Wyatt's wearing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, I think it's just really interesting.
Yeah. Did you see the thing with the the horse race? How they had that huge advertisement with the like that huge thing about the tarot cards? Did you see that?
No.
Here, I'll show you in a second, but let me pull up this picture you're talking about. So yeah,
Yeah,
this is
so
it,
you
right?
guys can so you guys can see here. This is a game show, and Bray Wyatt's in his skit that he did, right? He's called this game show "Can You Keep a Secret?" Okay, and the game show is literally modeled after Wheel of Fortune, because if you go, it's not in this picture here, but if you guys go one screenshot before, it shows it shows "Can You Keep a Secret?" but it's stylized in the same way that Wheel of Fortune is. It's literally Wheel of Fortune, right? And then
Yeah.
Bray Wyatt is playing Pat Sajak, the host of Wheel of Fortune, and he
Oh,
says,
cool.
"Can you keep a secret?"
I can pull it up. Oh, what the heck?
Hey,
What?
remember that Wheel of Fortune? You got me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
you're here.
Okay. That Wheel of Fortune tarot card, it represents the fixed cross. It has the it has the four signs of the fixed cross on it. And I don't know, I can't remember if I mentioned this yet or not, but so Pat's last episode would have been Prince's 66th birthday, right?
Oh, really?
And Prince died 66 days after Vanity,
Uh-huh.
and she died on Lupercalia. And then you just think about how that's connected to the wolf stuff that's going on with the Timberwolves and Prince being from Minnesota. And
Uh-huh. Exactly. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense now. And yeah, I'm just trying to remember if there was a connection specifically with Bray Wyatt and Wolves, but in the fact that the Wheel of Fortune, the reason I brought up Wade Ripple too earlier is because in the Grateful Dead video called Ripple, there the Wheel of Fortune card is literally at the end of the video. What's funny there too is "Can you keep a secret?" equals 187. That's Society of Jesus.
Mhm.
Um, but the Ripple video, it literally has the Wheel of Fortune card in it. Like, I know you can't play it's weird you can't play that video, Sean, that Ripple video. Because I sent it
Yeah.
to you, but you said you couldn't play it. But yeah, if you guys know the Grateful Dead, just type in Grateful Dead Ripple, and you guys can watch the symbolism. That whole video has got the tarot cards, it's got the astrology signs, it's got the all these different symbols in it. Um, but yeah, so yeah, you guys can obviously see in that other picture that it's stylized after Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, wait, where's this one, right?
Yeah, so is that not the Wheel of Fortune, like writing and the color scheme and everything?
Yeah, it totally
So
is.
so what are the chances that Bray Wyatt this was his last ever Firefly Funhouse before he died, right? So this was the last one he ever did. And it points to Wheel of Fortune, and it points directly to 612, in my opinion, because again, go back to that other picture. During this "Can You Keep a Secret?" game show, it says on 610, "Can you keep a secret?" On 611, "Can you keep a secret?" On 612, well, can you? So it's like, And then what's even more crazy, if you go from the actual host of if you go from this video airing on 2/24/23 to the actual 6/12 date.
I'm gonna keep that.
2/24/23. It's 474. Now type in the actual name of the host of Wheel of Fortune, which is Pat Sajak.
Like in here?
Yeah, Pat Sajak.
Oh, I'm gonna butcher this.
Yeah, that's right. You had it.
Oh,
you just
like
need to
that?
put Sumerian. Put Sumerian up there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so what are the chances that Bray Wyatt does a skit clearly based off of Wheel of Fortune, and if you measure from that skit day to 6/12, which gives you it literally gives you that number in there, and Pat Sajak literally is retiring 4 days before that or 5 days before that, literally.
What the heck?
Like,
That's a trip. That's
to
such a
me,
trip.
to me, that is like so crazy to me
It is,
because.
yeah.
Again, if you go back to that picture of the dates, they give you 3 dates, and then the last one is 6/12. And it's the one with the question marks, like, well, can you?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Bray Wyatt says even before that. He says, well, can you keep a secret?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the secret?
Hey.
I mean, is there going to be something literally exposed on that day, like a big reveal? Again, what does apocalypse mean? Apocalypse means revealing.
Hey guys, am I coming through?
Yep.
Yeah.
Something to keep in mind is like going back to the Oscar slap is so you had Will Smith, who's a Libra, which is a mutable sign. He slapped Chris Rock, who's born under a fixed sign. Chris Rock's Aquarius, and to drive that home is the fixed cross is St. Andrew's cross. It's known as St. Andrew's cross, and Chris Rock is from St. Andrews, South Carolina.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Huh.
So I just wanted to,
Yeah, for
I just
sure.
want to emphasize like this whole thing, but seems to be some friction between the mutable signs and the fixed signs, and yeah.
Yeah, I think that's definitely that. I mean, I didn't know he was from that St. Andrews. That's crazy.
Well, it's actually Andrews, South Carolina, but still,
Oh,
you have
Andrews.
but still the St. Andrews cross is a fixed cross, and again the Wheel of Fortune tarot card is the 10th tarot card. It's the Roman numeral X. So,
Oh, well, that makes even more sense.
and of course, we just had the X eclipse, right? So,
Yeah. Huh. Man, I need to look way more into this and with how this. I don't know. I did this Bray Wyatt thing too, because again, it's obviously also pointing to the fixed cross. Because he's all about the Wheel of Fortune in this thing here. So I'm just trying to understand like how can you get any more obvious than those dates there though? I just don't know. Maybe it's nothing, but I don't think it's a coincidence that Pat Sajak is retiring just a few days before that, and then you get 474. And if you type in Wheel of Fortune tarot card Ripple, Grateful Dead Ripple, see if it comes up with that video picture.
also, you got to keep in mind too that Pat Sajak is a Scorpio. Vanna White is an Aquarius. Those are the two. Those signs are represented on the Wheel of Fortune card at the top. And so it is interesting. I just mentioned how like the fixed. There's just like this friction with the fixed and the mutable signs. Well, Pat Sajak, he's going to end his tenure for the Wheel of Fortune under a mutable sign. It will be under the sign of Gemini. So I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, because that's on 6-7, right? That's what it is.
Yeah. And you think about how the Wheel of Fortune is ruled by, or its representative planet is Jupiter, and Jupiter is in detriment in the sign of Gemini.
Ah, wow. Well, that might mean something interesting because I already made the connection with Bray Wyatt. Well, Bray Wyatt equals Jupiter, first of all. um, yeah, so if you type in Jupiter and Bray Wyatt, you'll see it. It does have a cipher match. So,
Equal 99.
but he does
Nice
have
one.
that. He is born on 5/23, so that
Yeah,
might have.
he's a Gemini, so it's interesting how when that happens. Like another example of that is like Adam Sandler. He's a Virgo, which is under Mercury's rulership, but he was born on 9/9, right? So that's a Jupiter number. So a lot of times you'll have somebody, they'll have like a double coding there, kind of like what I just was talking about.
Well, this is
Right.
kind of interesting in terms of because he's a Gemini, right?
Right. Yeah.
Like the twins. So this is interesting because like 23 is the 9th prime and 31 is the 11th prime, and like
Yeah.
9/11, the twins, twin towers.
Yeah, and that 1984, I did a whole video off that 1984, man. That was insane because I went back 1984 days from Bray Wyatt's death, I think, and I landed on the episode of Raw where he got thrown into the lake of reincarnation or something. Like,
Oh, that's right. I
I
remember
mean,
that.
that was one of the most insane decodes I ever did, man, because I just went back 1984 days, which is his gematria, and it lands on this on him getting thrown into the, and in that video it literally had like drones, it like had a futuristic type feel, like drones flying around watching you, and like if you do something wrong you get shot, or whatever.
Wait, Lake of Fire? Was that it?
It was like, no, it's not that one. It's called like Lake of Reincarnation or something.
Hey guys, Dwayne The Rock Johnson has 1984 gematria in the English Standard.
Oh, really?
And yeah, he's very much a fixed sign. Like, so he's a Taurus. Obviously, his logo is a bull, but he's also super coded to Scorpio, which is the opposing sign. So again, I'm talking about how these people get coded to their sign, and at the same time their opposing sign. So think about his first lead role was in the Scorpion King, right?
Yeah.
And then he's also Maui in Moana. Well, Maui's constellation is the fish hook, and the fish hook is the tail of Scorpio. So you see what I'm saying? He's super coded to that fixed cross, and it's all with the 1984 gematria. His wife was born in the year 1984. I just want to throw that out there.
Huh. Well, that's insane because The Rock, like, he actually pretty much is in charge of WWE now. So, like,
yeah, and think too about how doesn't Rock has that 47 gematria, and you got the 47th problem of the Euclid, which is about how to set a foundation. It's basically the Pythagorean theorem. And then so you got Chris Rock, The Rock. They're both have the fixed signs. The fixed signs is, it's kind of like how you would think about a foundation, right? They're fixed. And this is kind of maybe a loose connection, but I always liked how Foundation had that 500 gematria in the Latin cipher, but it also has I'm pretty sure it has a 47 gematria too.
Yeah, it does.
But we were talking about 500 way back with the Phoenix cycle, and again, Phoenix is a symbol of Scorpio, another one of the fixed signs. And then I would say, like, as far as the fixed signs go, fixed Earth would probably be the most fixed. So that happens to be Taurus, which is Dwayne the Rock Johnson's sign.
That's good. That's just,
Yeah, I mean that kind of makes me wonder what they're planning for him, later on. Again, I think a lot of people are thinking that he's going to be facing Cody Rhodes next year at WrestleMania 41, The Rock and Cody Rhodes.
oh wow.
Or he might be facing Roman Reigns. I don't know yet, but I think there's going to be a huge ritual with The Rock again coming down later towards as we go through. And I don't know, whenever he comes back, it'll be interesting because he has so much energy around him. Like,
Yeah.
And yeah, so I mean that's really interesting. And Casey makes a good point about being a fixed cross, being a foundation, being the immovable, like how God is really truly immovable, whereas something that can move is not permanent, therefore it cannot be the true reality. So anything that, the way I see it, and the way that you see this in non-duality or consciousness view, anything that is always with you or is always constant is the true nature of things. But anything that's moving constantly, anything that can be changed or die or go away, that must not be the essence of life, right? So what is the foundation of life? What is the thing that cannot be moved, that's always there, constant? Because that must be the essence of life. So the foundation truly is the rock of life, or the thing that cannot be moved. And I think that's probably what this fixed cross, or this fixed cross really represents, is that immovable constant in life, which I call God, right? We call God consciousness. So
What just hit me is that how in the Bible it says Peter is the rock. Well, it's a little confusing. So because St. Peter's cross is the mutable cross, so you wouldn't want to establish something on the mutable cross, right? That's kind of a like building your house in the sand.
Well, that's crazy, because that's interesting, because they literally like double coded that then. Because if I didn't know that was the mutable cross. So they're literally saying that if you build your cross on, or if you build your foundation on that, which is what most of the world does, right? They don't understand the true foundation of life, which is consciousness, which is God. And so therefore you're always moving around. And in the Bible, it says those who are not, foundation, they're able to be moved around with every word, or they're not steady, they can be easily moved. And
there's
so,
that one verse, like the person who built his foundation on the sand or something. His foundation, something like that. Sorry, continue with your thought. I think this is what I'm looking at. Matthew 7:24 through 10. Therefore, whoever heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man which built his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon the house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon rock. And everyone that heareth these things of mine and doeth them not shall be likened unto a foolish man which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell, and a great fall, and great was the fall of it.
yeah, so there you go, right there. You literally have the separate self who sets themselves apart from the constant, or the ever present, right? The ever present rock. And then you have the ones who recognize or are aware of that ever present rock. So one person is easily it's like Satan, right? Satan falls. Like that's why it says at the last line says the great was the fall, right?
Mhm.
Great was the
Hey,
fall of
guys, I wonder. I mentioned this. I don't remember which stream it was. I think I came on to maybe you and Sean were talking about something, but you know, Moses struck the rock. Uh, who was it?
Yeah.
Will Smith. He struck the rock. So it just makes you wonder, like, if there's a correlation there with Moses and Will Smith. Like Will Smith, he could have just talked it out. He didn't have to go up and hit him, right?
Yeah.
That's what God asked Moses to do, he asked Moses to talk to the rock.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's a good point. And Moses, yeah, that's a good point. That probably goes back to like I'm trying to think about what happened before that with Moses, because he had to get the slaves out of Egypt, right? So then he strikes the rock, and then he parts the sea. Um, yeah, I don't know. I have to think more about how. But I'm trying to figure out how that might correlate into also what's going on now. Striking the rock. Well, remember Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes slapped the rock also.
Oh yeah,
Well,
that's right.
first the rock slapped Cody Rhodes. So here it is. So Cody first. Actually, this might be a complete clue. But in Vegas, okay, so this past year's WrestleMania, they had their pre-show or their kind of like their tickets pre-show in Vegas on
Mm.
March 8th, and that was when The Rock slapped Cody Rhodes, right, in Vegas. So and a lot of people are speculating that next year in Vegas, WrestleMania 41, you're going to get The Rock versus Cody. So I'm just wondering how that's going to play out. But then Cody Rhodes slapped The Rock. I can't remember when that was exactly though. I know the first slap was on March. Oh no. I
Because
think Cody's.
didn't that tie into the when Beyonce released her song? I remember you made a video about that, right?
Yeah, so I got it wrong. It was Cody Rhodes slap or The Rock slapped Cody Rhodes like a few days before the Super Bowl, which I think that was like February 8th or something. I don't know. But then like a month later, Cody Rhodes slapped The Rock. So you had this like reversal, which is what Casey's talking about. Like again, you have this like this slapping, but it was interesting that The Rock was the one who slapped Cody first instead this time. And
Mm.
it's obvious too because Rock equals Cody in gematria. So, I mean, that's also the gematria connection there too.
Rock or The Rock?
No, just Rock. Actually, it's almost a perfect match. Rock
Like
and
the
Cody.
like the
Yeah,
first.
Rock and Cody equals pretty much the same.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And that's why I made a whole video based around time because time also is almost a direct match. But yeah, it's interesting also because Peter was the first pope and then Pope yeah, I mean which, that connects to the Rock too also. And then I think the Rock's great grandfather was Peter Maivia. So yeah, it goes so deep with that, but yeah, I don't know what I'm saying now, but that's just I think something that's going to keep following us throughout this whole next year is this narrative with the Rock.
Mm.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, it's interesting. I was thinking about because when I was watching the movie Donovan's Echo, because there was a part, um, it's like it has to do with him like getting like weird like deja vu, which kind of like helps him sense that there might be like like a the bridge collapse or whatever, and then he meets like a girl. He ends up like saving her life, but they're talking about like a science fair, and she was saying that like her, I guess the project that she was doing, she was like explaining it to him. He's like, oh, that's really cool, and she's like, yeah, it's a lot better than last year's project with when I built a bridge. And then he was like, oh, what happened to it? And she's like, oh, somebody dropped a rock on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. I wonder. So did you do a whole decode on this movie yet, or no?
Oh man, yeah. But I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to split it into parts because all this other stuff kept coming up, and um, I I hate to admit it, but I have like 70 slides on it, so I have to split it up. I know I tried to do that in the past. I tried to do that in the past where I would like make put it all into one video, so I would have like 70 slides in one video, but just too much.
Hey guys, real quick, another rock find for you. So look up Exodus 33:21. This is something I think Lambda has covered before.
Oh, that's interesting with the 3-3-2-1.
Yeah, that's the sum of the magic square of the moon. And you think about how Moses he goes up to Mount Sinai, and Mount Sinai is named for the moon. The moon god Sin, S-I-N, is the name of a moon god. And so if you read the context, I think God is telling Moses to hide in the cleft of the rock. So I think God he's going to show himself to Moses, but he said, I'm going to show myself to you, but you need to hide yourself in the cleft of the rock.
Yeah, I think Sean's on the phone. I'll answer back when he's done. I think he's got muted, guys. But yeah, Sean's on the phone, so we'll give him a second.
So yeah, so you have like kind of a moon connection going on there.
Yeah, I was just thinking, isn't the rock or isn't the moon pretty much made out of rock? So
Yeah, it's a big rock.
yeah.
And you know what's interesting is, so moon has 218 gematria in the Hebrew language, and there's a cipher I like to use. It's called Lambda has covered it before. So basically, like L, instead of being 12, it would be 21. K would still be 11, and like A through I would still be 1 through 9. But then like W would be 32 instead of 23. But anyways, in this cipher, Foundation has that 218 gematria. And the thing about that is so the moon is the ninth Sephira, and that's where we get the magic squares. It's their order on the tree of life. So the moon's the ninth Sephira on the tree of life, so it's a 9x9 magic square. Well, that Sephira, the name for it is Yesod, which translates to foundation.
Mm-hmm. Yesod, like Desad? Yesod?
Yeah, it's pretty close, right? Yesod. Yeah. It's a Y-E-S-O-D, Yesod. And like I said, that's a translation for foundation.
That's crazy. Can I spell it? Do you recall how to spell it?
Yeah, I just know the transliteration is Y-E-S, OD.
Oh, right. Yes, I okay.
No, that
Oh, the 243. Do
that
you guys
also
remember?
equals 243. Yeah.
Do you remember what that is?
Yeah, that's a serious
Oh
number.
yes, that's the rotational period of Venus.
Yeah, and then also even I forgot. Did I say it was the? I did my presentation today. I already forgot. Well, I know it could be Brian because 403. Oh, it's 403 on the clock. But this is another
You know,
pretty. Oh, go ahead.
I always find it interesting that Central Intelligence Agency equals 430 or yeah, whatever that number. What was the number again? 432 or
Oh,
243.
243.
So
243.
Central Intelligence Agency equals 243, I think, in two ciphers. So I always thought that was interesting. But it's like telling you something about this number. Or no, just
Oh
one
wow.
cipher, but it has the 432 also. Oh, it has the 135. I always forget that.
I wanted to show you guys something interesting. Maybe another interesting synchronicity, kind of. I don't know. But since we're talking about The Rock and everything, give me 1 second. Because I've also, I think it was kind of established, I guess, that my dad looked, or that The Rock looked like my dad. But I don't know, like, because this is my dad, and this is The Rock.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if you guys agree, but I can kind of see
No,
it.
no, I definitely kind of see it, man.
It could just be the mustache.
I mean, it's partly the mustache, but he still has that like. And your dad was what was your dad's descent again? What where he is?
Indonesian.
Oh, Indonesian.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Indonesian is like I mean, it can't be
Southeast Islander.
yeah, it can't be too far off from like the Rock's like heritage being like I don't know, I just feel like people in that part of the world probably all kind of come from a similar like kind
Roots,
of
yeah.
look.
Yeah.
But
But
yeah, they definitely like to prop up these Pacific Islanders like The Rock and WWE. There's so many of them, you know.
mhm.
Um, I guess there's something special about that race, you know, like that. I don't know. Otherwise, they wouldn't make the whole bloodline in WWE the that kind of that bloodline, basically
Yeah.
Samoan.
Yeah. This is interesting. I just realized. So Central Intelligence Agency equals 1307, and the 1307th prime that matches the date that Hamas attacked Israel,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
October 7, 23.
Huh. You know, when I think of Central Intelligence Agency, again, I just think of like consciousness. Just think of the center point, the central point,
Yeah.
the central intelligence.
Hey,
You
was
know.
1307? That's the year that they disbanded the Knights Templar, wasn't it?
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
What
Was that
year?
1307 was when they ended the Knights Templar. Pretty sure.
Now it says that
Or was it 10? It's
well, it says
1307 or 1037.
1307 is still a significant year. It says. I guess that's when they were arrested.
Yeah, that's when they were. That was the big arrest date. Yeah.
Oh, the trials of the Knights Templar. Wow.
And of course, you just said that number breaks down to the prime is the date of the invasion, and that invasion happened just 2 days before the 322 anniversary of Skull and Bones. And Skull and Bones is modeled after the Knights Templar,
Yeah.
so it all connects there. Yep.
And so that's why I've kind of also thought about this connecting to like that Israel thing, or like Israel thing. Sorry, it's kind of sounds insensitive, but like Hamas attacking Israel with Revelation 13:3, like because this is the 214th prime, and Revelation 13:3 is the 214th verse of Revelation. The one with the beast and the head wound. Yes, this is a 214th verse of Revelation. And then this gets you back to your 322, because if you look at 133, if you look at 133, and then you do like 133, first prime is 2, 33rd prime is 137. Look at 2 and 137, and 2137 is the 322nd prime.
Okay, yeah.
That's why it's really. What's up?
I was just gonna say that has to be something, interesting with that number. I mean, if it's the 322 prime, it's got to be.
Well, I mean, I learned this. I learned this from Seven, but that's what's really interesting. That Super Bowl, the one that was on 2319. 2319 connects to 2137 because again, it was on 2319. It was 13-3, 133. But when you look at the number 2319, so 3 is a second prime, and 773 is a 137th prime. So again, the second prime and 137th prime. So 2319 connects to 322.
I see. Wow, crazy. Huh.
And LeBron James, when he won that whole ritual, when he won with the Cavs on the road, King James's birthday, he 12, 30, 19, 4, 2, 6, 19, and your birthday as well. He was 7 months and 3 weeks. Just like yeah, 2319 is 3 times 773.
Yeah.
And then he was 7 months and 3 weeks when he won it on the real King James's birthday. Which birthday of this was yours again?
That would have been my 26th.
Oh, yeah, crown. That's right.
It's crazy, actually. I mean, because LeBron James is literally from my home state too, and
oh yeah, that's right.
And he's literally from where my dad grew up, like the same freaking area of Ohio, not like Cleveland, Akron area. That's where my dad freaking grew up too.
Wow.
Like I have huge connections to that area. And then LeBron James wins it on my birthday, my 26th birthday, which is crown, like king, yeah, that's insane. I didn't even think about that until you brought it up, but that is insane for sure. And I forgot to mention, but this president that died, that I kind of predicted in a way. Like I didn't really predict that happening, but I kind of got that. Well,
Yeah.
he was supposedly the election was on June 18th, and he actually won the election on my birthday.
Oh, so it was like it was on the 18th, but then they announced it on the 19th.
I think so. That's what I read.
Wow.
So
So
it had a connection to my
who better to have figured that out than you?
yeah, right. And
But how long has he been the president for?
well, he won it on June, but he didn't get sworn in until August. So he remember I told you he was 10-20 days, like Kamala's
Oh,
birthday.
that's right. Yeah, that's right.
But there was two different dates given though. They kept giving August 3rd, 2021, and they kept saying also some places August 5th. So both dates are relevant because I think August 3rd he actually became president, but August 5th he actually got sworn in. So if you do both dates, it was 10-20 from the August 3rd date, which is when he became, but it was 10-18 from when he was sworn in. And 10-18 is huge because 10-18 is Luke 10-18. I fall like lightning, right?
Oh,
And
wow.
remember this, if this connects to Kamala, it's because Gerald Ford gave the speech about the first female president on 10-18-1989. So
Right.
again, you have this kind of this circle back around to this lightning and Kamala, you know, it could connect to Barack Obama. Someone needs to look into the connection to Barack Obama also, because this guy was born in 1960, which wasn't too far before Barack Obama was born. Can you do that measurement real fast?
From which ones again? Also, Dirk, I'm gonna get back to you. Sorry, I just saw your comments, but I'm gonna get back to you in a second. So can you repeat the dates that I'm checking?
Oh yeah, sorry. December 14th, 1960.
Oh, what the heck? Wait, did you see this?
That's weird. Look at that. That's crazy.
Very
Holy
interesting.
moly.
There's probably something to that, but
That's crazy, man. But okay, so now go to August 4th, 1961, Obama's birthday. Ooh,
that's interesting.
722 also. 22 divided by 7 is pi.
Well, this actually makes me think of Abraham Lincoln, because that's when they say that his death was they say that he died at 722.
Hey, Sean, was it you that told me Barack Obama was born like 22, 21 months after America's founding day?
Yeah. I shut up quick.
Okay. And then doesn't
Joseph
Kobe have a? Doesn't
Kobe?
Oh, go ahead, son.
I was wondering, Cody, did you say something?
No, I didn't. I just wondering if Joseph knows that Barack Obama was born 2221 months after the nation, because that's insane, man. If you think about it.
Yeah, and that's the final verse of the Bible.
Right? Yeah. I just don't know if Joseph knows that, man.
I think I might have shared it in your live a long time ago. I think he was there, but maybe I could remind him just in case.
and look at the 676 too. There must be something to that. 6,
yeah, I feel like I've seen that before.
Well, Barack Obama equals 76. And the nation was founded in 76. So it's just like a forwards and backwards 76.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, something I told Sean, or not, maybe I might have been telling you about this, Cody, was how the 4th of July this year, it'll be 29, 96 days after Prince died.
Oh,
Yeah, you know, the
wow.
deaths, the number of deaths on 9/11. Yeah, and then of course, 2977 days will be Trump's birthday, which is the Pluto return day.
Yep.
No, and then also the August 4th date, Obama's birthday, which this is the date that Jurassic has been looking at for a while. It's exactly 2977 months. So Obama's next birthday and this date that Jurassic's been looking at is 2977 months.
That's interesting. 248 years and 31 days. The 11th prime. So
this is really interesting. This is freaking crazy.
wait, it's 9/6/11 too? Yeah, it's in the days. It's 9/6/11. It's 9/11 and 6/11 in the same.
Oh yeah,
That's
another
crazy.
thing about Donovan's Echo, which is really interesting, is like with the 6/11 date coming up in Donovan's Echo, it's about the condition that this guy has. He gets his sixes and nines mixed up.
Oh yeah, you told me that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's interesting because 6/11, 9/11.
And I'm sure you found connections to that movie and the bridge collapse, right?
Oh, for sure. Let me see if I could.
I mean, you don't have to share them all, but I'm just saying, like,
I could show like a quick one, I believe. Well, because I actually knew about the movie. I knew about the movie like last year during the playoffs, and I remember like when the Lakers when they defeated the Warriors. With the bridge, they have the bridge. That was on the 12th, and so that was actually 585 weeks after the release of that movie.
huh. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that. The 496 almost, too. Almost a perfect number, like, looking thing.
Yeah, technically.
Yeah.
And then that's also that time span from 9/11 to the eclipse, which was 1178 weeks.
589 times 2, right?
Mm-hmm. But but this is something like I just don't even know how to process. But so my dad, he was born on January 19th, 1959, right? So this is his birthday, or when he was born.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So wait, he was born the same year of that that movie, The Knowing. It points to that year.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But he's actually born on the same date the capsule was buried, essentially, because in that movie, the capsule's buried on October 19th, 1959, which is essentially the same numbers. That's interesting.
Oh yeah. But it's really weird because I guess when the United States turns 248 this year soon. So from my birth to 7/4, it's his birthday.
Oh my. Oh my.
Yeah.
Dang, dude. That's interesting, man.
Yeah, and you know how remember I told you how like the Golden Gate Bridge, like there's a terrorist attack on November in 2001, and that was the same day they released Monsters Inc.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just show real quick. So I might have shown this before, but so this is when I was 612 weeks on this day, right?
Yeah, Cody
And if
Rhodes'
you go,
birthday.
and then if you go from, so if you go from my dad's birth to this date, it's 2319 weeks on the nose.
Huh.
And then like, so Monsters Inc. came out on November 2nd, 2001. And okay, so first of all, my dad, he died on this date, August 22nd, 1999 is when my dad died. And so if you go from the United States to the day before Monsters Inc. release, which was November 1st, it's his death date. So the Monsters Inc. released on this day, the 2nd.
Yeah.
So the day before, so from the United States to the day before Monsters Inc. release, which was this, that was when there was a terrorist threat on the Golden Gate Bridge. It is the amount of days that matches his death date.
I mean, that's insane, man. Because you also just showed me that 11959 also connected. Like, I don't know, that's insane.
Yeah, because it matches. It goes. It's from my birth to when the United States turns 248 years old.
Right. Huh.
So I really don't. I just don't know what's going on. Yeah.
I don't either. That's insane. that's like a script, man. Like that, especially with what you've already shown. I mean, I watched, most of a lot of your stuff now already, and I've seen you make so many connections that are just absolutely insane.
It's just weird, dude. Okay, and then this is okay. So when Kobe, I hope this stuff doesn't freak you out, man, because it's like if I were in your shoes and someone was showing me this stuff, I would be freaked out.
No, dude, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm not somebody that gets freaked out. Like I'm like the least easy person to freak out.
Yeah,
especially with this type of stuff.
Because remember how I showed you how when Kobe when he died, he was the 1767th prime amount of days.
Yeah.
So what's interesting about like when I was born, so it was like my mom, she went to the hospital the day before. So she went on the 6th. And I've found a lot of things that really tie to the 6th because, I mean, I know people might think that I'm stretching by doing that, but when you just think about it, like just logically, that is when, if something connects to the day my mom went to the hospital to give birth to me, that's still really significant, to me. It doesn't have to be to everyone, but I mean, to me, I think it's like definitely worth mentioning. But so from when Yale, the founding of Yale, right? We've been really, I'll just stop talking. But so to the day that my mom went to the hospital, there's exact weeks.
Oh my.
As the amount of days that Kobe was when he died.
That's insane, man. And whenever you do these measurements too, what always amazes me is they always land and whenever you're doing a months or weeks measurement, it's always landing on exactly that week too. It's not like any extra. Like almost every time.
That's what really like blows my mind.
Like every time you do this stuff, it's always landing exactly on the actual week, or month.
I know that's what like blows my mind. That's how I know, like, because I know that sometimes I'll use those like techniques where I take the prime factorization and I turn it into a date and then find something And like I know it could be a stretch, but it's like when I see that it's like that, like perfect, then I'm like, that has to mean something, you know?
I mean, absolutely, because like I said, I've never seen somebody make so many crazy measurements and land on exact like measurements like that, man. It's really mind blowing to me.
But I mean,
Sometimes I don't.
that's probably how come we're so like you and I are so like synced up too, because remember, like when you from your birth to the day before the Corona earthquake, you were 1767 weeks.
Oh
Exactly.
yeah, yeah, man.
Which
I
is
forgot about
crazy.
that. Holy moly. This is number again, man. And what's weird about that number is it's just like a, a permutation of the 1776.
Yeah. And yeah, Dirk, I appreciate your kind words. And yeah, I just wanted to get back to what you were saying, because he was saying that my dad and the Rock were like doppelgangers, and I could kind of see it. But yeah, my dad was not a bodybuilder though. He he kind of let himself go a little bit, but he liked to eat, so I like to eat
Yeah,
too. I just try to control it.
yeah. Everyone likes to eat, but
Yeah,
yeah, I
but
mean, like the face though, like when that picture you showed, at least they did look alike.
really,
I mean, not like identical, but like they look pretty similar.
yeah, that's why my mom would. She always kind of like had a thing for The Rock, like
Oh,
she's like,
really?
he just reminds me. Well, I mean, it was like after my dad passed, but she was just like, oh yeah, like The Rock just reminds me so much of your dad. I was like, let's see
The
it.
good old Rock, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I think most of the world would. I mean, I guess a lot of women probably have something for The Rock. I guess if he,
I, I I forget. I feel like I saw something that was like it was either me and him, or um maybe it was my dad. But I mean, another thing that's just really like, I guess divine, just God must be, it has to be, but I mean, I just, I gravitated towards this 811 stuff. That was kind of like what brought me to, this whole field, and it's still something that's like I still see a lot of importance in it. But like, you remember how I've mentioned that Revelation Revelation 8:11 is the 30,839 verse of the Bible, right? I mentioned this
yeah.
before. And so my parents were actually um oh sorry. This is my mom's birth. Um
Oh,
so they
really?
were,
No way,
yeah.
dude. No, that's crazy because you know what my mom's birthday is, right?
Is it again?
It's 2/24. So your mom and my mom are born one day apart, or like not the same year, but they're pretty
Mm.
close.
Oh well.
Well, well, actually, my mom's born 2/24, 1965. So what is that, like 3 years in one day?
Mm.
Something like that.
Oh well. Well, I just realized something interesting. So, well, this connects to Revelation twice, because the 3,324th prime number is 30,839. So I was like, what are the odds that I would end up getting into this, like,
Uh-huh.
well, like, and it's still such a niche thing, It's like Revelation 8:11, like, like for some reason, like 7-1's videos just kept like, I was just so like um stuck on them, and I guess this might explain why. Um, and then like 952, like, how 8:11 is the 141st prime, right? right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, 811 plus 141 is 952. And
Yeah.
something else I just realized, I guess with the extra day is 475 weeks. And I'm pretty sure that's we're 475 days apart, you and me.
Whoa. Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also wait, that's interesting too, man. Go to the weeks and days.
Yeah, I
676.
saw that too, the 676.
Wait, what was the one we just saw with that? What was that for?
It was Obama, right? I think it was.
Oh yeah, Obama's born 676 from the United States. Yeah, I was like, what was that? That's interesting. Yeah, crazy.
And it's also like, on this stuff just like follows me such a trip. But so apparently, Obama lived in Indonesia.
Oh really? No, I didn't know that.
Let me see if I can pull it up. But
Indonesia, babe. Indonesia is has the Dawn in it too. You know, like Donald, like Don.
well, did you get to see my did you get to see the video I made where Indonesia is 248?
I think I did see it. Yeah, I just didn't remember Indonesia.
And then where's the thing I just pulled up? Yeah, so Obama retains a soft spot for Indonesia, where he lived from ages 6 to 10. He moved to Jakarta in 1967.
Right before your mom was born, huh?
Yeah, and apparently he was in my relative's kindergarten class.
What? Really?
Yeah, because my he was on. There was like a news story one time where they were talking about this, and my I think it's like an great uncle or something. Like I think it's like my uncle's uncle or something like that. But he was in the news report, and he had like a picture of him and Obama like standing next to each other as kids.
What? That's insane, man.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah. And also, so I should let you sleep soon, man. Because and all the others, I know it's probably late for you, huh? Because you probably still got to finish your thing too.
Oh
Right?
man, I haven't even started, man.
Oh really?
I was too tired, and I was with a girlfriend today, and I was too tired. I didn't even work on anything.
Oh man.
Um,
But
but yeah,
so oh, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, I'll go to bed. Yeah, soon. It's 11:22. Oh, it's JFK's death date right now here. Oh, just turned 11:23. Fibonacci 1123.
Cause I told you how I used to be like a hip hop dancer, right?
No, you never said that, or
Really?
I didn't remember it.
Oh, I keep forgetting. I know I told Casey, but I forgot who. I think I've said it a few times, like briefly on my lives. But yeah, like in college, I used to be on a competing like a dance team, and
Oh, really?
yeah. But what's so crazy is that this was before I joined the team. It was maybe like 4 years before I joined. But Kobe used to practice at UCI where I went to school, and the team that I was on, one time he was coming out, and he came out and he was like, "Oh, I want to see you guys dance." So they did like a run through for Kobe Bryant, like in front of him.
Really? But you
Yeah,
were part of that?
I wasn't part of it yet. It was 4 years before I joined the team.
Oh,
But I mean, you're not gonna be able to hear it, but this is the video. Um,
Bro, you're blowing my mind tonight. I didn't know you were all connected with all this stuff so heavily, man.
So this is the team that I was on. They were called Cabo Modern, and so this was it was way before I joined. So this was 15 years ago, 2008. 2008. I'm gonna do some date measurements on this after this, but yeah. So he was. This is my school, and he was. Yes, you see it, right? I know you can't hear it, but yeah. And then I ended up joining that team like 10 years later.
That's insane, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, come on now. And this all the connections you have to this guy, and then he happened to actually connect to you even personally, like, you know.
It's weird because like the connections, they like go like, I feel like they go like forward and backward in time, because it's like I by no means did I join this team because of that, but actually I didn't even know about this. Like I had joined the team already, and then I found out about this, and I was like, what the heck? That's crazy. But yeah, it was just like, it just shows like everything that was like, I don't know, like that was everything that was guiding my life. Like it was all like, it was all going to happen no matter what. Like there's nothing I could have done to stop any of it. And
Right. Yeah.
I had like the reason why I joined this team was also because I had just like, I just had like a horrible breakup. Like I was like pretty much like cheated on, and like we were like living together and at my mom's house, and I like packed up all my stuff and just like moved to Orange County, because we were back in like LA County. Like we were living in like LA County, and then one day I just like, when everything just hit the fan, I just packed up everything and just I called my friend in Orange County, and I just moved. And then right after that I joined this team because I was just like, so like I needed something to get my mind off of it. And so like even that was like, that had to happen in order for me to join this team. And you know what I mean? It's like, that's why I look
Right.
back now, I'm looking at all the like the horrible things, I'm like, oh, all that had to happen. Like there's no way that stuff wasn't gonna happen, and it had
Right.
to.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's how it is, man. That's why I say it's like this reality is not it's not like it's not predetermined, but it's also not random. Like it's just pure like spontaneous destiny. You know, like it's just a spontaneous like destiny playing out. You know, kind of it's hard to even again, you can't even describe it. Like again, you can't even, but you can only experience it, right? You can't describe it, but you can experience it. You know, you can try to describe it, but you can't describe God. You can only experience God. You know, that's the point, I think.
Yeah, and that's what's kind of scary about having this like this confirmation that like, because even now, you know, like um I'm it's hard because it's like this paradox where I know like if something bad happens to me like today because of something stupid I did, like a stupid decision, like I know for sure that it was gonna happen, or it had to happen. But then at the same time, I don't want to make excuses for like, I don't want to use that as an excuse to like let stupid things happen to me, you know?
Right.
Because
Well, even that idea in your head that you don't want to make excuses for that is coming from that same place that your initial stupid decision came from. So it's like it's like paradoxical in a way, because from your point of view, you're seeing that you're the one making the decision, but really it's even your thought that you don't want to make excuses is the same, it's the same source, you know? Like so it seems paradoxical. Oh yeah, I'm making the decision, but now I don't want to make excuses for that decision. But at the same time, it comes from the same source. So obviously the person that's making the excuse would still be the one who made the mistake or made the decision to begin with. So that would be like, it's like a mix between like this, I don't know. Again, I don't even know if I can describe it, but
Yeah, dude, I feel like you should definitely watch Donovan's Echo. Like, it's so interesting because, like, he, um, so he the way that the premise of it is like he used to work in the Manhattan Project, and he, he had a lot of regret because of what the project led to, like, you know, like the bombings and stuff in Japan, and and Dirk, thank you so much for your kind words, man, for real. Like, I really hope, yeah, that'd be cool if you're able to get your daughter over to our work sometime. But thanks for just being so supportive. But and yeah, so he feels really regretful, so he like starts spending so much time trying to find like um I guess like a cleaner type of energy that is like um I don't know, like something besides like nuclear, and things like he calls it like cold fusion. But anyways, he spends so much time trying to like do this that, like, he has a family, like a wife and a daughter, and his time is so consumed by that they keep trying to get his attention, and he's like, oh, I don't have time. So then one day they end up leaving to go somewhere because he's like, so busy. I think it was like his birthday, and they were trying to say happy birthday, but he's like, I'm too busy to celebrate my birthday. So they leave, and they get into a car accident and they die. And so for the rest of his life, he regrets it so much. um and he I guess everything just ends up like coming back to him, because it wasn't, I guess it wasn't like really his fault that happened, but he felt so bad about it. And then he started getting these deja vu moments, which helped him to save a little girl's life in the future. And it was like, by the end of it, he ends up like actually like risking his life to save her. And it's like, it was almost like because a lot of the theme has to do with the Ouroboros, like every end is a new beginning. So it was like, so it was kind of like, that was like, I guess that event that happened, um it like came back to him in the future. And I forgot where I was going with that, but hopefully like you can kind of see where I'm going with that. It was just like kind of like this like loop where like he was given a second chance to like make up for like the regret that he had by risking his life for somebody else. And then like he's able to be with his family again, like in the yeah. But it's interesting because they talk about like these themes that we're talking about, like, oh, like like energy doesn't go away, like energy, like, you know what I mean, like energy is like infinite or something like that. But yeah, you know what I mean.
yeah, so yeah, I get what you mean. And yeah, all these movies and stuff like this, like I'll have to watch this movie too, but all these movies have this same concept kind of hidden within them. And like I said, there's really only one true concept that seems to be kind of woven through everything, and that's kind of just like the Jesus story in a way, I guess, or the dying of the self and the resurrection of the true, I mean, just essentially sacrifice and dying and rebirth. And but the one constant again is that there's really no death. I think the whole point of Jesus saying in the Bible that he came to destroy death, he came to not destroy it because it never really existed. It's an illusion, because really death is and we're all afraid of it because our bodies are tied to this reality. So we fear that moment when we no longer, have it. And then also other people also fear when they lose other people to that, so it's kind of this like main fear. And the way I look at it is, I read this in like a book once from like a Buddhist monk, but he said what you kind of said. Everything, you know, just picture like water. And when water goes through its processes of becoming water, liquid, to a gas, and then from liquid to a gas, and then to a ice or solid, does the water actually go anywhere? Does there any extra water added, or does there any water really lost ever?
Right.
Or is there always the same amount of water? It just seems to be more or less, because when it changes states, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that means in that way that the same amount of water that existed in the beginning of time also exists now. Because how can you lose water? Can it just disappear somewhere? Where can it go?
Right, because even if it like evaporates, then it still cycles back to
Yeah, does
it
the
comes back
water
as rain.
disappear? Does the water vapor just disappear into nothing?
Right, it doesn't.
It can't. Well, how would it do that?
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Death and rebirth is essentially not even a death; it's a transition, right? So um, a transition is not death at all, right?
Right.
It's the death of the form that you think you are. So goes back to the Jesus story, where say you think you're an ice cube, right? The person you think you are, we're just going to use this as an example, but Sean is an ice cube. You think you're Sean, and that's the ice cube, right? But when you
Hmm.
die, you're afraid of dying, essentially. Maybe you're not, but when you transition to, say, you melt, right? So that's your death, right?
Hmm.
But where did you really go? Where did this ice really go? Did it actually, like, did it just disappear? Did it go to nothing? No, it became something else. So, like,
Right.
I think we just forget that the simplicity of reality, because a lot of times we just overcomplicate everything. But the simplicity always goes back to the simple basic concepts of reality, which are always shown over and over again to us. That's why I think this reality continues to show the Jesus story over and over and over again, because it wants us to just see how simple it really is. And yeah, Jesus was a symbol of that too, a transition, or a sacrifice of the form that he was for the form that he really was, which was infinite, which was God, which can never be lost or gained. It's just constant. It's the rock. So I just think these concepts are so simple, but we sometimes, our brains like to complicate them so much.
Yeah. No, yeah, that is what it comes down to. Like when you start like whenever I get into these like I guess like when I find these crazy connections with myself and like these synchronicities and like whenever I'm contemplating it, it all goes back to that. It just goes back to that. Like just it just goes back to like the most simple thing you could think of, which is just we just are, everything just
Right.
is. And that's why you say like, and you're so right that like everything is connected. Like no matter like when you find something and if someone thinks it's a stretch or something, but if it does connect, like it's like everything is connected, it like it has to
How could
be.
it not be?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's the simplest thing that we overlook, is how could everything not be connected? Is there something that exists outside of this world that's somehow not connected? Because whatever that is, how do we even know what that is? Because how do we know there can't be anything outside of what is? That's why I love this line, and it's in the book called A Course in Miracles. And the whole book is about like this huge like understanding of things, and like it's a huge book. But the very first line of the book says the whole book can be summed up. All this whole book can be summed up in one simple sentence, and I believe it goes. Let me try to remember. I want to try to remember it the right way. The things that which is real cannot be threatened, and that which is unreal doesn't exist.
Right.
So that which is real, which is, cannot be threatened, cannot be touched, cannot be tainted. But that which is unreal doesn't even exist.
Right.
Because there is only the real or the you know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's just, and it's amazing because that whole book is so complicated. It has a lot of super crazy concepts in it, and it talks a lot about Jesus. It talks a lot about religion. It's a huge book. I've read a bit of it, and it's just funny how they summarize the whole book. And then when I go back and I read it now, I'm like, hey, I think this person kind of was trying to tell you, you don't even need to read this whole book. You just need to understand the first line. You just need to understand this first line, the simplicity of it. You know?
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, it's oh, and there was something I found the other day that I wanted to share with you. There's this quote that I found this because of Aleister Crowley. It's interesting because one of the gods that in his religion or whatever it's called was a woman, but she was the center of everything but the circumference of nothing. So type in the phrase God is the center of a circle or something like that. God is the center of a circle. Yeah, so look at this. Yeah. God is a circle whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. Do you understand how profound that is? That's amazing.
Center is everywhere and circumference. Break it down for me. I'm trying to I'm trying to figure out the circumference as wait, I get it. Because the circumference is like the limit of the circle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Oh wow.
So this is reality, like simply, like this is an amazing way to put it. If there was a way to describe it, this is pretty dang close. Because like God is a circle whose center is everywhere. So the center of the circle, just imagine it to be like, so it says that God is a circle, right? But is God really a circle? Because then it says whose center is everywhere.
Right.
Because when you think of a circle, there has to be a circumference,
One
right?
center. Yeah.
But this kind of goes back to the Rosy Cross too, in a way, you know. But God is a circle whose center is everywhere and circumference is nowhere. So God is the center of everything. That's what it's saying. And what is that? What is that essence? What is that center? And what is and then it says, and the circumference is nowhere. So there's no limits to it. There's no borders. There's no dividing lines.
Right.
Now, once you take away the circumference of the circle, what do you have? You just have an open space.
Right.
There's no more borders on there. So if you drew a circle on a piece of paper and you took away the circumference, you would just be left with here now.
Right.
So this is really profound. And if you think about it deeper, you know, and then you kind of relate it to some of the talks I sent you from Rupert Spira also, who I believe is a Rosicrucian. I don't know. It doesn't say that for sure, but this guy, I'm pretty sure, is placed because he has a great deal of, I don't know. There's something interesting about him. But
Have
I've
you
shared
heard
a
of Have you heard of Robert Barron or Bishop Robert Barron?
few.
All right, you should watch this when you have time. It's Lex Friedman, which is kind of funny, but um it was so out of nowhere because it just I was watching something else and then I just let whatever next played and this ended up playing. I don't know how. And he was literally like saying like everything that we've been talking about. And I was just like, whoa, like I didn't realize like there would be so much like truth bombs from like a Lex Friedman podcast. But
Yeah, I'll have to check it out, man.
yeah, like one thing that he was saying that was just like just so spot on is like when because Lex Friedman he would like ask like, oh, like where do you find God or how do you find God? And he's just like, well, you have to think about it like a book, like the author of a book. When you're reading a story like J.K. Rowling or something, like you're not gonna find her in the story, but she wrote the story, so you are experiencing her throughout the entire thing. Like it is all her, but you're not gonna find like the character J.K. Rowling in the story of Harry Potter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like you can't you. That's why like even like like how you say like that's why it's like impossible to like even conceive like capturing God in our own understanding because it's like because he's so infinite, he's just so above um what our limited like perceptions can conceive. Like there's no way to fully grasp him because he's the author of this whole of everything.
Right. Yeah, and but you experience just the fact that you are aware and you experience is the proof that you experience him. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
he is the existence itself. He is the only thing that is. So that
right,
everything that you are and everything that you know and everything that you experience is that. There is nothing outside of that. It just seems to take different forms. But that's why I like Rupert Spirit's analogy of, reality kind of being like one actor, John Smith, playing playing the role of a king, King Lear, he says, I think. And John Smith can play the role of King Lear. So in this instance, God can play the role of reality, which is what we experience in all of its parts. We're all the parts of that reality, what we seem to be. But at the end of the day, John Smith is never actually King Lear. That's only because John Smith can never be not John Smith. He can pretend to be King Lear, but he can never not be John Smith. He's always going to be John Smith. So
right,
that playing a role of this King Lear in a show, you can get lost in that. You can kind of forget about John Smith in the background, but at the end of the day, as soon as so if John Smith goes in to play his role as King Lear, and then in the middle of his playing his role as King Lear in this drama of life, he King Lear becomes aware that, oh no, I'm John Smith. Where does King Lear go then? As soon as King Lear realizes that he's John Smith, where does King Lear go? King Lear's no longer there, that
right,
whole idea of King Lear is gone. Like and then he realizes that King Lear was only an idea, which only exists in appearance and not in reality. So illusion just means basically something that you see, you just don't see it clearly. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just because ultimately King Lear is John Smith, but King Lear is not its own entity. So you only ever see really John Smith. So that's another way you could kind of go with what you just said there, with what he's saying. You're reading a book, but really the essence of that book is, you can read all kinds of words and characters in that book, but the essence of that book is the only thing that there is that in that book. That
Right.
every word on that paper is made of the person who wrote that.
Right.
So, and anytime anyone creates anything that, we put out there, like when I write a song, that song can have a lot of words and notes in it, but the very thing that song is made of me. It's the essence of it is me, because that's how it works. So that's why, you just can't. Yeah, all these things are so beautiful when you really feel them, and not just think about them, but feel them.
Yeah, and
Experience them.
I think that's also how you know that everything really is connected and intertwined, because from the influence or inspiration that you have to create something that comes from you. I mean, I don't even know what it would feel like to create something without inspiration from something else, Like, so do you actually you write your own music? Like, have you ever written your own you have some songs you've written?
Oh yeah, a lot. I
Oh,
mean,
dude, yeah, I
I've
gotta hear
written.
sometime. But yeah, I mean, probably, I guess you can agree that you probably have a lot of musical influences, right? And inspirations.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So then it's um, like we're all like we're all passing something on to something else, and then your music will inspire somebody else, and then it could either be that it could inspire somebody to make another song, or it could just inspire somebody in a different way. Like it might just be like the kind of music that makes them feel happy and makes them want to treat people nicely like that day. And everything is just like um causing an effect to, so it's like a chain reaction. It's a chain. Everything is
Right.
just like a chain reaction.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, with the amount of songs I have written, them a lot of them not even finished over the years, and I don't even have a guitar anymore. So my whole music career has pretty much been put to a halt for a while. But I mean, I didn't have a career. I'm not saying I had a career, but I did write songs, but the whole point of when I wrote was always inspired from something that wasn't me. The way I saw it was these things, just like when I find numbers and when I find connections, it doesn't feel like it comes from, it's just serendipity. It comes from the source, and it's not Cody. It's something bigger. So, it's like you reach into the infinite field of potential, and you grab out an idea and you just rip it out of there, and it seems like it comes into existence separate from everything else, but it's really just another another form of the infinite. So
Yeah, I agree. Like sometimes I'm like, I don't know. I have to be honest with you, man. Like I do not know how I do what I do sometimes. Like in terms of how it translates to everything else about what I do, like I'm so like I've been mediocre in everything I've done for my whole life. I've never excelled at anything. Like to be honest, the only time I've ever excelled was when I was like younger, and I would like be able to finish my homework fast, or um like stuff like that, But like as I started getting older, I was so mediocre at every single thing. And I had a lot of interest. Like I was really interested in things, and I was really passionate about things, but it was so frustrating because I could never be as good as like other people were around me. And um I was just like, man, I'm just not good at anything. And like even like with my career, like I was like, I know a lot of people that I grew up with are just so successful, and I'm like like I've struggled so much just because I'm not that good at not that good at communicating and networking. I'm not that good at school, like taking tests. I'm really bad at taking tests. And I'm like, as fast as things like happen for me to get like, I don't know, like this what I do now. I'm like, how that, like, there's no way I'm like that I'm doing this, there's no way. And like
So that
some of the things that like I'll put together and I'll find like even about myself, I'm like how the heck did I do that,
yeah, man. I mean, that just goes to show you that even the person that you thought that you are that was failing was not you either. That was like, again, there's this understanding that you just realize, this is a show, man. This is like, I feel like I'm separate from it. I feel like there's a person like experiencing it, like that's either bad at something or good at something, but really it's just a journey that's this character and this play is on, and obviously you've found your your calling now and your passion for it, and you're good at it, and you're going to get better at it most likely. So I mean, just you can't get off the path, like you're gonna get there. And I kind of understand what you mean. I never was really the greatest at anything either. I mean, I never really excelled enough to be successful. But I never wanted to conform either. I never wanted to conform to doing something in my life that I wasn't passionate about. And I was never that kind of person. So I was always kind of a loner or singled out, or just kind of like just not fitting in, because I just always did things so different from and I just saw things so different. But that's not really me. That's just the way it is. That's the path I'm on. But at the same time, you realize that you don't have to be the best at something. You just have to be where you're supposed to be. So, I mean, if that means seeming like you're a failure most of your life and then finally finding your passion, then that's just the way it goes. But at the end of the day, all those failures and all those times where you felt like you just weren't good. Like for me, I got kicked out of my band when I was in so after I started a band from my hometown with a few other people, we decided we were just going to all move down to Nashville, Tennessee, where the Music City, and be musicians there. And we thought because we had a band in my local town and a lot of people, we didn't have a huge following, but I mean, we had people come out to watch us. We thought we were good, right? Because we're just a small town, people just playing music.
Mm-hmm.
And then we decided to pick up and move all the way down to Nashville. And as soon as we get to Nashville, we start trying to find places to play music, and we start realizing that we're not really that good at all compared to, if that's what you want to describe it as. If you want to describe talent as being, good at something, as being really good at playing guitar or really good at singing or whatever. But we just weren't on the same level as everyone else. And me specifically, my guitar playing was not, I didn't know all the country songs, all the guitar licks on every song for every country song. And if I did want to know all those, it would have taken me a long time to learn all the solos, all the licks, all the guitar parts. And ultimately, I was trying to play these songs already without knowing them. And each day I had to play so many songs. And eventually I got kicked out of the band by the people I moved down there with, because the two people I was in the band with, they were singers mostly. So they were pretty good. So they needed a better guitar player, right? To play all the right parts, to play all the right things. So
Mm-hmm.
basically I got kicked out. But what happened at that time was I actually met at that time, which was my first girlfriend I ever had, because I had been single till I was 24. I never even had a girlfriend. So, and I moved to Nashville, And as soon as I got kicked out of that band, I had just met my first ever girlfriend, who would at that time would become my wife at that time. And she was a musician too, right? An amazing singer. And eventually, I mean, she would get signed to an actual label at some point. I don't know if she is anymore, but she would get signed to a label where she would write songs for people. She was so talented, she could hear a note. Like if you would bang on a pot in your kitchen, she could tell you what key or what note that was. That's how good she was.
That's crazy.
She had perfect pitch, is what they call it, where people have such good hearing that they can hear notes and say, oh, that's an A note. Right. So that was just, that again, you realize you're being led through life by something way greater than what you could ever think. And even that didn't last long for me, because like I've told you a bit of the story of this cult thing that kind of happened with her and me, and then she kind of just couldn't take it anymore, and so that whole thing ended. But then I went on a whole journey, a whole crazy journey, and everything, looking back on it now, everything was just perfect, man. Everything was just the way it was supposed to be, regardless of what I thought about it at the time. And every experience was always happening right now in the present moment, right where I was meant to be. So, just as a person who thinks they have as people, we think we have we're separate entities and we're able to have some sort of control, but no. I think the whole idea of us even being separate entities to begin with is already an illusion. So,
yeah. Were you pretty awake already during that time? I mean, you said your mom kind of raised you like with like this kind of knowledge in a way, right? So,
I mean, I was always for many years aware of like the Illuminati, like my mom always talked about, kind of like elites, dark, like Illuminati government, like I guess that was already happening with my mom. That was already happening back in 2008. So I was already kind of surrounded by it. And then by the time I left my hometown for Nashville, that was already 2014. So 2014 I was already aware of that stuff, but whatever you mean by awake, if you mean awake to like like,
I guess I just mean like, I guess because I know it's a spectrum, it's not black or white. So I guess maybe like, I guess at what level of awake do you think I guess were you around that time? Like, because I mean, probably from then till now, do you feel like you're a lot more awake then, or do you think you've been pretty much at like a steady level for most of your life?
Well, I mean, conceptually in my mind back then, I still hadn't really branched out into a lot of these different a lot of these different things that I talked to you about now. Like, no, I was still, I feel like the whole reality itself feels way more awake now than back then, even like just in general, like it seems like a whole different world almost, even. Because back then it seemed like everyone was just kind of living, like living without thinking, living without not that I was, because I could still say even back then I was very aware. I was always very aware of everything around me, kind of always observing. I was always observing and wondering why are human beings like this? Like, this was always my question. I still have this to this day, but like I always wondered, why do human beings like drink alcohol? Why do human beings, because I never drank, and I could never understand why people like the taste of alcohol and why they like to feel like drunk, and why do people smoke cigarettes even? Why do people chase material things, and why do you know, I'm always wondering these things, like, because none of it made sense to me. I mean, I guess I was just like, why is this, you know? And even now I say, you know, why do we live in a world where we have thousands of clothing stores making all these fancy clothings, but if we took all that money now that we in the factories and all the stuff and all the production and all the factories and all the transportation we put into making clothing that just looks nice, what could we do with all that money in this world where we'd actually have something valuable, not physically, but to the to the spiritual state of people? Like, if, but then again, you have to understand that that's just how things are. This is the way things are meant to be right now. And when things are meant to be different, that's when that's when they'll change. But I think it's just like when you're in that moment, you always question that, because you're like, I think there's a better way here to at least be living in this dream reality, this God world we're living in. Um, I saw a quote, you know, something like, everything is God's dream, and our job is to make God's dream as much of a dream and less of a nightmare as possible. So, um, like, how can you? That's how I always thought. You know, like, I think human beings are very overcomplicated how they live their society and their world. You know, like, I think that the simplicity of life is simply just being present with nature and beings around you, you know, like, and being present with God in the moment, you know. And why do we need 50 different types of clothing designers that are worth $100 for a shirt, and why do we need purses that are worth thousands of dollars? What's the point? You know, what is the point of that? I mean, I get that people want to look nice, but I think you can look nice without having to have a bunch of extra, just overly priced, overly pop, you know. Just think about it, you know, just think about all the material stuff in this world that's not needed, all the little toys that, even toys for kids, are just pointless. How many toys are
Yeah.
laying around people's houses of kids that they play for them for a few weeks or a year maybe, and then they're just laying around, pieces of plastic that end up in the ocean? Or, you know, why don't you just give a kid a stick in the woods? Like, I guarantee you a kid in the woods could play with a stick way better, you know, than he would ever play with, or a box even. You know, kids play with the most random stuff, you know. I just
Mhm.
don't get it, you know. I don't get it. But yeah, I have my thoughts on that, but at the same time I realize that nothing's going to change until it's ready to change. So, or be different.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy just how different, um like, how we just come from such different places, and we like um went through so many different things and ended up pretty much like here together, like where we're at, like working together on the same page with everything, like the way that we see life. And you know, we never even met in person, but we see things so eye to eye. And like where I came where I came from is like, I that's why I was so curious about that, because um I was literally asleep until like literally up until 2020. I was fully asleep, and it's so, everything's happened so fast, because it was like once I like started waking up to these things in 2020. Like I mentioned it in some of my like other streams, but when I was, yeah, like when 2020 started, I was still, I I believed everything I saw on TV. I believed everything. I thought CNN was like the most informative thing ever. Um and if anyone said anything otherwise, like I used to think that they sounded stupid. Like that was not even that long ago that I was like that. And once something just made me, um gave me the motivation to like, I don't know, just try to see things differently. I like every I It's like, so it was like if something's really compressed, and then when something gets open, it's like shoo, like it just I and I'm still on that path, like from like, it's such a short amount of time. And that's why it's like, the journey's been so like overwhelming because it's like it's been like going by like going so fast and so like it's just, you know, um even with all this stuff and like the, I don't know, like all these things that I'm like these connections I'm making, like just to get to a certain point in such a short amount of time, it's just been like um it's just been wild, you know. I'm like my, yeah, like, cause I did not see the world that way for most of like like the way that you um like I was very materialistic, very competitive, very selfish, and a lot of the, you know, the things that, like I was pretty much like a loner too, but because I look back and it was because I just was not a good friend. And even like the breakups I've had, like I deserved all that too. And like um and it's like, yeah, I think long story short, just so much has happened in such a short amount of time so quickly. And um it's just hard for me to like just to process it. But um the way that I perceive everything, like especially with not having a job at the beginning of this year, and I see like what that gave me the opportunity to build up my channel, to meet you and meet Casey. And that was because that was because of that whole thing that happened with my job, and I was like unemployed. And even if I would have gotten a job like earlier, um like say like maybe if I started working around like April or something, I wouldn't have had that experience that I had with the Corona earthquake. So these experiences are literally like teaching me um like this stuff, just everything that's happening has to happen, whether like I can't see it, why I can't understand why it's happening at this moment in time, but everything like is just, everything has to happen as it's happening for me personally, because the way it happened for you was different, completely different than how it's happening for me. But we're still at this place where we're like um what we're doing, like I mean we're working together, we're collaborating, and we're just, you know, we're so close now. But yeah, we came from such different places, and um it just had to be like that for every single person, you know. So um yeah, it's just like a huge lesson that I've learned. And it's hard for me to even be frustrated by anything anymore. If like when I didn't, the job that I just got was not the one I wanted. I wanted the one I applied for before, and I was really surprised I didn't get it because I thought like everything went pretty well, like based on how the people were, like the person who interviewed me, he was like super like joking around with me and all that. And like he introduced me to the team, and I was just like, oh, like, you know, it must be like in the bag. But then I don't know where I didn't get it, but I was just like, all right, like I know that there's no reason for me to be upset about this, because wherever I am going to end up, that's where I have to be, you know. I like that, like everything is gonna happen exactly, you know, how it's supposed to. And yeah, you would be surprised, you know. I mean, I haven't really told many people like with my channel, but things really turned around for me. Like I have a DUI, have a DUI, and I used to be yeah, I just was, that was around the time when I was just like so stupid. And that was like the catalyst for me to like really wake up, and I started realizing, I was like, what is wrong with me, you know? And that led me to here. So now I'm like, okay, so there was, had like that had to happen. And if it didn't happen, and yeah, who knows where I would be if it didn't happen, you know? Who knows where I would be if I would have, who knows where I would be if I was actually smart enough in the beginning to not do that, and I was actually like a successful person, and I had a successful career, and I was, you know, already like had a family right now, making a bunch of money. And who knows where I would, like, who knows where I would be if, you know, if that's the way that the path that I had taken, as opposed to where I'm at now. But I would never change a single thing. Everything that I had to go through just to get here, like I would never change anything that happened in order, as long as I could get back to this place. Anything that, if I could change anything that would keep me from being here, or just I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, you see now the way you're looking at it is is the way you find peace with reality instead of looking at it as this is wrong. How's the God's plan? How is this reality supposed to be? Regardless of what I think of it, and it can get hard, but all of us are also coming from different places, different ways of seeing it. But at the end of the day, the source of what we all are, even the people that are completely asleep, that is the same. And some people are chosen to come out of that and kind of have this awareness added to them, where now you're even almost able to analyze the source itself, but can never really. It's just so hard to explain, but I know exactly what you mean as far as like kind of coming to this place where you have you realize everything you experienced, you wouldn't trade it, even the suffering or the bad things or the decisions or whatever. And that's the way it should be. I mean, because ultimately that is the journey. That's the movie playing out. And whatever that experience is next is going to be, you can kind of be more prepared for it, I think. But also I mean, just like what you said, you got the job and it's not the one you wanted, but I have a feeling that much greater things are coming your way in the future anyway. So like just something much deeper than just a regular job too, like I think that, and I feel that too. I just don't know when or how. I never thought I'd be on my channel and I'd have a girlfriend and in Germany, and I'd be pretty content. And there's obviously challenges too with not being able to stay here and all this other stuff I have to deal with that. But ultimately, right now, I try to stay present and try to understand that when things will work out, they'll work out. And yeah, I feel blessed that I don't have to be completely entangled in the normal 9-to-5 lifestyle because of the job I had before with the Amish. And I can also go back to that when I go back to the United States. Of course, that's not my job I want to do 24/7, but it's something I can do when I need to do it.
What was it?
What's that?
What was it? The job that you had most recently?
Well, the job I've really been doing since 2018 is driving Amish. It's basically, the Amish, right? The horse and buggy. They don't use electronics, or at least some of the sects don't. I mean, like the most strict Amish, they don't use any electronics. They basically just build houses, right? These people are like super good construction and super good at farming. And
Mm-hmm.
so what my job simply is I work for a company that just has vans, a bunch of big white vans, that they drive, and
Mm-hmm.
I go through and I take this van, I pick it up, and I go and pick up all these different Amish crew members, like 4, 5, 6, 7, sometimes maybe even 8 of them. And I pick them all up in the van and I take them to wherever their job site is. And I can either work with them if I want, or I don't have to even. I'm just a driver. So when I get there, I have a lot of, I used to just, sometimes I'd even sleep, but sometimes I'd work on decoding. A part of my time, I would even have my guitar with me, and I'd literally be, with the Amish waiting on them playing guitar. Sometimes I would help them on the job site. Sometimes, just whatever I wanted to do. it's a lot of freedom, and
Mhm.
honestly, I was super blessed. I was super blessed because it's probably the most free job you could ever find. I mean, you're not completely free because you have to be stuck with them for the whole day. It's a long day, but for the most part, you just have to drive if that's the only thing you're required to do. Um, and not every Amish job is like that. Sometimes if you just drive for them personally, you have to work with them. There's no option to not work with them. But I'm not really a construction person. I did sell construction parts that was my first job. I was a retail and I sold plumbing parts, and I worked in a big store called Menards, which is pretty much like a Lowe's, but it's mostly in the Midwest. But I was a manager there that's when I really worked my ass off, was when I was in those years. That was from when I graduated to when I turned 24 in
Mhm.
2014. Then I left, and ever since then, I had a few other jobs. But in 2018, I did the Amish, and but they pay okay. It's not like the best pay ever, but I don't spend my money on a lot of stuff. I'm very like simple, and it's just how like your friend AJ said, Rambo is very like minimalistic. Like that's me. Like I don't need hardly anything, man. At this point, just my just my basic food and necessities, and a good place to lay outside in the sun and enjoy nature is really all I need. And my computer at this point, because most of my life and my channel and all you guys, all my followers, supporters, my friends, they're all online. So, but ultimately, if I had a community, my goal one day is to buy a piece of land somewhere nice where I can have fruit trees, where I can have very little maintenance. I don't even want to really garden. I want to have a land with fruit trees and a tropical place, obviously, because you can't really have this in a cold environment, but in a tropical place where I'm self-sustainable with little farming, like fruit trees, like oranges or mangoes, whatever the trees are, bananas, whatever. But have a piece of land like that and build little cottages on the land for anyone who wants to come and stay there. Not even charge, but just and there's no religion. It's not even a community. It's just a place for people to stay if they need to get away. Um, I would love to do that, And in 2020, I still wanted to do that back then. I mean, this is where I was in 2020. I said, let me just. Well, I was still with my girlfriend I was with from Brazil at that time. So I was in Brazil, and she also wanted the similar thing, like a place, just a peaceful place where people could come. But at the time, I didn't have enough money, right? I didn't have. I was working with the Amish, but I wasn't making enough money to buy a land and move and figure out all that stuff. I didn't have enough, so I discovered crypto, and I was like, this is a way to turn my money I've saved into maybe more money, right? So that is exactly at the same time that I found gematria. I found crypto and gematria at like literally the same time, and I tried to use them together at first because I was like, oh, wait, Zach is teaching, because I found Zach. And then I was like, Zach is teaching that everything's scripted with numbers. So crypto must also be scripted with numbers. So let me try to figure it out.
Mhm.
And yeah, I kind of did. But the problem was I didn't take profits. So what happened was I had XRP, and XRP wasn't even the best performer. There was a bunch of other coins I got rid of in order to have XRP that actually went up way more. But XRP still went up, just not as much as the rest of them, because XRP was dealing with the lawsuit,
Mhm.
But XRP, from where I bought it, it went up like 10x. And I invested originally when I invested, I think I invested like 7,000 into crypto because this is what I like. I wanted to turn this money into enough to like really change myself. And
Mhm.
but I was expecting to make more because a lot of the other coins that I was seeing other people around me having, they made like 10 25x, man. I watched this happen, like, personally. So, like, I know people in the Waters Above group that, because I've been in Waters Above almost the same amount of time. In 2021, I discovered him. And, you know, I watched people in the crypto market. I watched their coins go from, like, a coin I even had before XRP called Cardano. I
Oh
watched
my
it go up
god.
like 100x, dude. And
Dang.
I could have had it, right? And I had like 1,000 in it
Oh
at
my
one point.
god.
I could have had $100,000, dude. So,
Dang.
and there's another coin, Solana, which right now is worth, I don't even know, man, like almost 200. And I could have bought that coin at $3. So again, another 100x or
Mm.
so coin. And
Dude, I I don't know if you ever would be willing to teach me. I want to, dude. Like I wanted to learn about that too. Like I don't know anything about crypto, and like I've tried watching Waters Above Crypto, and I'm like, oh man, it's so confusing. Like I don't even know where to start. But like
well,
actually, I definitely want to like utilize like what I know, and yeah.
well, the thing is, like, XRP has kind of been a stone, like, that holding me down in the end. But the point is, the reason I still hold it is because I feel like I've already gone through so much shit with this coin that I need to play it out to the end, you know? And
Mm.
crypto works in cycles, right? I even told you XRP even went up a 10x. So even with a lawsuit, right, in 2021, XRP still went up 10x. So I had actually 50,000 from my $7,000 investment, you know?
Oh wow, wow.
And I didn't take it, man. I didn't take even
Oh,
a snippet of it, you know,
dang.
because I thought it was going higher, you know. And this is the first lesson of in markets, right? This is the first lesson.
That's got to be hard, dude.
My girlfriend, what's funny, she also had about the same amount and didn't take it. So
Oh
we could
man.
have both together had 100,000 and we'd be in a completely different place. However,
Right.
this whole journey was meant to happen because there's a lot of things I've needed to go through, right? But
Yeah.
now we're reaching a point where crypto is, so most people, the easiest way to describe crypto is it works in cycles, like 4 years. So pretty much about every 3 or 4 years, there's a bull run where you get these kind of chances to make these gains. But those, and these things don't last long. These bull runs last a couple months and then it's over, right? But I've learned a lot
Mm.
since then. I've learned a lot from Waters Above. I've learned a lot from other people. I've learned a lot from just researching on my own. And ultimately, I've already missed opportunities this year. I could have been out of XRP and in other coins that have gone up more. So I think I need to change a bit of my stance on that. But I still believe that XRP is going to have its time because the way that these people in this world work is nothing lasts forever. Everything has its time. XRP already did hundreds of thousands of percentage points in 2017. So XRP went from under a cent to $3 and something. So you do the
Wow.
math on that.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like a
Yeah.
300x. I think it was
Yeah.
like a. Uh, I don't think it's going to do that much again. I don't think that's really possible. But you know, I'm also in other coins too. But the problem is, you know, you kind of gotta. There's a coin I missed recently that I wish I would have gotten in, but I'm just kind of waiting for this. And right now, crypto is literally on the verge of breaking into this new time. I'm watching the charts, I'm watching the analysts. We're so close, but the matter of time is it going to be in the next couple months or is it going to be more towards the end of the year?
You
Something
mean
is
like
going to come.
the start of a new cycle?
Well, it's
Is that what you
no,
mean?
basically the cycle works like basically like 2.5 or 3 years of like a complete bear market, which is basically like the crypto prices have been completely destroyed and everything's low for a whole long time. Everyone doesn't want to be in it. And then you get like this 3 or 4 month window where all these coins, not Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's already done all of its stuff and there's not much ROI. There's not much return on investment in Bitcoin. If Bitcoin was to go up to 100 and something thousand right now, you'd only get like a 2x. So if you're in crypto for the altcoins. You're in crypto for the coins that are just can get you, 10 to 100x in 3 or 4 months, because that can happen. So, but I already lived through that part. I got into crypto in late 2020. That was when it, like, I literally got in right before that 3 or 4 month period started, where you could make 10 to 100x in 3 or 4 months. I got in right before that, and I wrote it up. Even with the worst performing coin of the whole season, I still made 7,000 into 50,000. So
Yeah.
just think about that. And if you're in the right coins, you can make way more. It's just about how much risk you want to take. XRP is in the top 10 coins, so it has less risk, but less it can make you less. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to it, man. I don't know. I'll talk to you more offline about it and stuff, but like my whole point is getting money is not to be rich, not to have a lot of fancy things. My whole point of getting money is to really change things in my life and other people's lives. And the reason I started my channel was not to make money either. Of course, I do make a bit of money now from it, but the whole point is that I feel like there's a better way in this world, and I feel like there is potential to really do something magnificent if I get the opportunity. So far God hasn't given me the opportunity to really do that yet. I think I still need to learn some things. There's always tests. I just think I'm not ready, and I think that's why it hasn't happened yet. But when I am ready, I think it will. And I think that once I do, and I'm not going to get out of crypto, because I just have this in my mind that I'm going to write it out. I'm going to, and the whole point is to wait for this cycle to play out and then take profits this time, not make the same mistake. And then by the time the next cycle rolls around, I can reinvest, because now I've been through a whole cycle now, pretty much. I've been through the top of one cycle and then the whole long period of nothing for 4 years. And then now I'm getting right back into this right before where I was. As a matter of fact, a lot of people are comparing the charts of late 2020 and 2021 when crypto went on this huge run. Like I said, a lot of coins made 10x to 100x. The charts, the beginning of that is comparing a lot now to where we're at right now.
Okay, that's good to know.
We're waiting for a break of certain resistance. You got to know how to do charts too. You got to understand charts, because to be honest with you, charts is also very mind-blowing, man. These charts are so numerically perfect. I've shown sometimes in my live streams this stuff, how Bitcoin is at certain prices at certain times of the day, how it's, like how perfect it is, And yeah, I mean, actually, matter of fact, Bitcoin is breaking out right now today and kind of trying to get back into its all-time high range as it hit in March. So if Bitcoin does decide to do that in the next couple of weeks, and the altcoins, the rest of the coins follow, and they break through their resistance levels, I mean, we could be looking at a complete pandemonium market here. I'm just trying to figure out how the world events are going to correlate, because if there's going to be kind of like this really exciting period in the markets, because first of all, gold is already all-time high. The stock market's all-time high. Bitcoin's all-time high. So a lot of stuff's already very high, right? So I feel like whatever's coming is right. It's going to be very exciting, and there's going to be probably a crash right after it. Like, that's how it works. But I'm trying to hopefully take advantage of this last opportunity, and I hope it's in the next 3-4 months, really. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna get ready to turn off, but
yeah, man, I really want to learn more about that. Like, please, like, whenever I guess we got time. I don't know. I guess we'll figure it out later. But yeah, I mean, if there's anything you can like direct me to, like anything that good places for me to start, like good resources for me to just learn, because I don't even know where to start with it. But I mean, I have the basic knowledge, like everything you're saying, like I understand that. But yeah, man. So if you have any good places like that you can direct me to, yeah, I'm pretty interested in that.
Yeah, I mean, and Waters Above is really a good resource, especially because you already understand gematria. But understanding the moon phases, and he teaches a lot of that stuff. He does a lot of charting though, so that's probably why when you go on there, you're like, oh, I don't understand any of this because he's looking at charts. So if
Like,
you have no,
did the eclipse like did things happen as predicted? I guess, like in terms of when, like around the eclipse.
well, Bitcoin hit its high before the eclipse.
Because so it's like a new moon is when you're supposed to buy, right? And then a full moon is when you're supposed to sell, like more than less.
Kind of, yeah, more or less. But the thing about that is, if you're in it for the long haul, you really shouldn't be just buying and selling all every month just to try to make a bit. If you want to be a trader, yeah, but you're not. If you're just investing and waiting for the period of excitement, which always comes every cycle, which we're hopefully getting close to, then just selling in the full moon and then trying to buy in the new moon every month is just a waste of your energy. So it's really just,
Mm. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, if we were in a bear market right now where everything's at its lows, then yeah, would say maybe you should try to just take a little money and trade it and just full moon, new moon. But even that's just like, being a trader is just you have to learn the actual arts of doing technical analysis on charts. I mean, that's absolutely needed if you want to be a trader, like in and out, in and out, in and out. But if you just want to be an investor, you can just invest and hold, especially if you have a job and you're making money and you can let that money sit and just wait, right? And that's the most easy part about it, is eventually that money will go up, especially in crypto. I mean, it may go down a bit or may go up and down and might scare you a bit, but if you can just
Yeah.
hold through it,
Well,
then
if I was planning to enter the market, would it the best time to like enter and then I guess hold from there? Would it be around the time of like a new moon?
yeah, I mean, normally, yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, actually, no, because around the full moon, because usually the lows are around the full moon. So your best opportunities to buy are usually around when it dips, because the full moon is where the red comes in. The red candles like going down.
Oh,
So,
okay. I got it mixed up. All right, that makes sense.
because you know how human behavior usually gets very, very emotional during full moons. You know how that's normal, right? So,
Oh, okay, okay. That makes
so
sense.
that's kind of the point. But right now, with looking at where we're at right now, I mean, Bitcoin's at 69,000 right now, right? And a lot of the chart analysts I've been watching for the last month since Bitcoin hit its all-time high. You know what's funny about Bitcoin? It hit an all-time high first in 2021 on the 314th day of the year. And then this year it hit the all-time high, I believe it on March 14th, 314. So
Oh,
Bitcoin's last two all-time highs that have stood for a while have been on 314 pi. Um, but the other thing is, a lot of the chart analysts have been saying for the last couple of months that if Bitcoin can rally back up above 60, 68 and hold daily candles and closing and stay there for a bit, and it decides to go up for new highs and the rest of the market decides to follow, there's a certain resistance level we need to break through. So all the charts do is they identify places where there's resistance or basically blockage for the chart. It needs to break through that, and as soon as it breaks through it, you can say, "Oh wow, we're on a moon mission now. We're going up." So what I'm watching is this move by Bitcoin going to allow the rest of these coins to start following, and are we going to break through that? Because if we do, and Waters Above has been saying this also, if we do, bull run is on. I mean, 10, 100x out of, you can just throw your money in about any random thing and make something. That's how it is during that time. I remember how it was. I was just moving money around to all kinds of different coins, and I was just making like 1,000 here, 1,000 there, and like it's just like, man. And then you get used to that after like 3 or 4 months. It seems like a long time when you're in it, but it's actually not long at all. And then as soon as it crashes, you don't even realize you're in a crash yet. And then by the time you realize it, you're already down all the way back down. Like, yeah. So, but that's why you take profits, and that's what I've learned. And then, yeah, but the market's a bit tricky because when I didn't take profits back in 2021, most of the market was saying we were still going up, right? So I was listening to the rest of the market. So that's the time when you do the opposite. When everyone says, "Oh, we're at all-time highs, we can go way higher than this," that's when you sell, especially if you're already in profit and you're like, "Oh, I'm already up." Like for me, I was already up from 7,000 to 50,000. Man, why did I need more money?
Yeah, it's probably like tempting because you think you're still going in that direction.
I was like,
right?
I can get 100K. That's my thought.
Yeah, that happened with my roommate with the Doge.
Yeah, Doge. Yeah, and a lot of people made a lot off Doge.
Yeah, because they had that one, like there's one run it like spiked really high up to like, because it's not even at $1, right? Not even close.
Not even close. Now it's like 14 cents or something.
Because I think it was at like 70 cents. And yeah, I think my roommate, like he got like 30K, and yeah, and then it crashed, and he was like so mad.
Yeah, I mean, I watched Doge. He must have gotten in a bit late because I watched Doge go up from before it really went up to 70. It was at like under a cent, man. It was like way under a cent. It went up like 30x just to get to 14 cents where it's at now. And now it's sitting at 14 cents. So to me, having been in the market now for 4 years, when I look at Doge's price now, I'm like, man, this is not a steal to me, because I remember when Doge was so low back 4 years ago when I got in, and I could have made a 70x out of it or more.
Yeah.
And like I said, I was in a coin called Cardano, which did at least 100x, I think, from the bottom, because it was at like 7 cents when I first tried to invest. No, it was lower than that. What was it? Yeah, I don't know, man. It was when I first tried to invest in Cardano, maybe it was at 5 cents or something. And it ended up going up to like $2 something. So yeah, it was like I don't know, 60, 70, 80x, somewhere in there. I don't know. But just think about it. $1,000, you put that in. The question is, how long can you hold it? Would you take profits? A lot of people take profits. That's why you don't take all the profits, but you take some on the way up, right? So it's hard, it can be hard, but it's also one of the easiest ways to make money if you know how to do it. Like, like I said, I had 50,000 and I didn't really know what I was doing. And I just didn't take profits. That's the only mistake that I made.
Yeah. But no, yeah, I really want to get into it. So I'm gonna, yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it. We'll talk more about it. But
for sure, man. Yeah.
Thanks to all the people in the chat for listening, and I'm gonna go ahead and get off because it's so late here, man.
Dang. Well, thanks for staying up. Sorry for keeping you up, man.
Yeah, no problem, man. I enjoy it, so it's fine.
Yeah, well,
but luckily
appreciate your time. What's up?
My girlfriend's already in bed, so hopefully she won't even. She doesn't like when I stay up all night on the computer, I don't think. But
well,
yeah. So
because if she wants to hang out with you in the morning, and then it's hard, she wants you to wake up early, I'm sure.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I've been taking every other day off, trying to. I release a video every other day. That's my schedule because, that's the best way to do it. So
yeah.
But anyway, man, I hope you have a good day there, and thanks for having me on as usual. And I'll text you in the morning when I wake up.
Sounds good, man.
So,
Thanks for kicking it with me. Thank you guys all
yeah.
for kicking it with us. And
Thanks, guys. Appreciate
yeah,
you all.
We'll talk to you guys soon. Stay safe. Peace out.
Yep.
See you, Cody.
Peace.